everyone. How's everyone doing? I just wanted to start this stream off by just showing everyone what conservatives are up to right now. Just so you're aware. I haven't even, I didn't quite realize Ann Coulter was still around. I mean, I guess I knew she was still alive, but I didn't know that she was still on her bullshit. But yeah, I guess they're really upset about the Cracker Barrel rebranding. And to their point, it is super boring. But I don't think that's really what they're upset about, because Republicans are boring. And when they're exciting, it's not in like a cool way. But yeah, I guess I don't know what they're upset about, but they are upset. So that's our update with that. Moving on. We have a lot to talk about. We don't have that many. It's hard at this point. Part of the point of these streams is so that we can go through all the nominees and introduce everyone and then keep track of what everyone's doing throughout the year so that we know who we want, or have like a better idea of who we want to nominate for the Pop Girlie bracket at the end of the year. And the people in purple are the people we've already covered, who we just are now doing updates on, because we've already introduced them to the conversation. But we're getting to the point where it's really hard to add new people to the streams and to the list, because we've now added so many people that it's like we just are constantly doing more and more updates. So we don't have that many like people to get through today, but we have a lot to talk about. Yes, Carly Rae Jepsen, don't worry. She's, where is she? She's on here somewhere. Oh, right there. She should be in purple, because we will cover her today, don't you worry. But, oh my god, where's the chat on my fucking screen? Oh, that's so annoying. Let me see if I can fix it. Wait, what the fuck? Why is it not? Okay, give me a second. Let me troubleshoot for a second. Or I'm gonna put, because I really liked that intro that I made, I'm gonna put that back on screen for a second while I figure this out, so just hold tight for a sec. Okay, I'm back. I hope I've got this fixed, but I guess we shall see. Because it's gonna take a second before it even updates. Like, you guys will have to chat a little bit, I think, before it'll even go up. Because it's on like a 20-second delay. Hopefully that fixed it. Because that would be a bummer. fuck? What the hell? I didn't do anything new. I didn't do anything different. The fuck? That's so annoying. What if I try to like... Ah, oh, what a bummer. Fuck ass. Oh my god, it like showed up on my thing for a second. Oh. How annoying. Maybe it'll repair itself, maybe it won't. I guess we'll just move on. Anyway. Did you hear we got Bin Laden? Yeah, see, this is the kind of stuff that's not going to show up on the stream now. Magical questions like that. Did you hear we got Bin Laden? Anyway. Oh, some people are starting class tomorrow. Wow, it is that time of year, isn't it? But so anyway, we have a lot to talk about, so I guess let's just get into the slides. I'm pissed. I really liked having the chats on the screen. Upsetting. All right, well, let's get into our updates. Katy Perry still touring, still some wacky stuff going on with her show. So one of the first things, she might have gotten electric shock from whatever little like contraption it is that she has. I don't know. People are saying that she got an electric shock, but I feel like it could just be a twitch. And I don't think there's been any other sort of update where she said that she got shocked. This is really annoying too, because you know what? My chat thing is showing on like, I have a separate other screen, but it's supposed to show up. Why? Ugh, it doesn't make any sense. Oh, I'm so bummed out. I'm gonna try to get past it. But it's so much easier to see the chat when I see it on this screen. Now I have to look somewhere else. Oh, son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Why would it just not, like, I'm doing the same shit? Someone else had that issue recently. I wonder if it's like a Streamlabs issue, because I'm doing it through Streamlabs. And I know that they just like did an update, so maybe that's why? Yeah, maybe a lot of people are having that issue then. I don't know. Whatever. Okay, Katy Perry. She may or may not have gotten an electric shock. I don't know though, because it's like, I don't think there's anything on her, like it looks electrical, right? But I think that's just more of like the aesthetic of it. I don't think that there actually is anything, like she's just being hoisted up by wires. I think she just twitched. But I think that people kind of want to find like evidence of her having some other sort of like specifically bad tech issue or something, just to like complete the picture of this idea that this is like a disaster of a tour. You know what I mean? Like with the cringe dances and stuff, and then the thing with the butterfly where she like fell, or didn't fall, but like where the butterfly kind of tipped and she could have fallen. I think it just, people just kind of want things to go wrong at this point for like the meme of it. Might be part of the show. It could be. I mean, I know she goes up there every show. I don't know if she's ever like twitched like that before. But it actually does look kind of cool. Like, the more and more clips I see from the Lifetime show, the more I'm like, it does kind of look like a good show, though. Like, we can make fun of her cringy dance moves and whatever, and like the cringy lightsaber battle thing, but all in all, like, it looks like a good time. And if I had the money, I would go to shit like that. But concerts are too fucking expensive. But any good big pop show, I think, this is the thing where I'm like, I think all the girls, all the like main pop girls are at such a level where even their worst shows are still pretty good. With maybe some exceptions, which we might get to today. There also was this part where people are saying that she broke down on stage. This to me doesn't even look that severe. I don't know if I can play, because she's singing here, but I don't know the song she's singing, so I don't know how similar it sounds to like the recording, so I don't know if I'm gonna get a content. I'll just risk it. It'll probably be fine. She definitely does look emotional, but I don't know if I would call that breaks down on stage. I feel like that's a little bit of an exaggeration, but I don't know the song that she's singing, so I don't know if that's a particularly emotional song for her. I don't know where this comes in the full show. Maybe that's like the finale, so it's emotional for that reason. Sorry, I'm still fucking with the chat thing. I gotta give it up. I think it's just not gonna work. Stupid. Whatever. Now, the other update that we have, yeah, exactly. I just think she's overperforming. Yeah, she just getting into it. That's kind of it. That's sort of where I'm leaning. But again, I think people want to find like dramatic moments that they can point to as like, this is the worst time in Katy's life. Like, if you go down here, it's like there's always something going on with this tour. But then the thing is that, does she think she's actually singing? She sounded fine. God, people are so annoying. But the thing is that the more and more people do this stuff, it's like the more I think that this era is less of a flop. Because she is still getting talked about. She is still getting attention. And people are getting a lot of like sympathy for her because they feel bad. So she is kind of getting like a good kind of pity reward out of this. But the other thing with her that's a little bit, well, I don't know. I've seen different people citing in different ways. So some real estate drama has come back up for Katy. Now, when this story started coming out again, I thought that it was a third instance of Katy getting into a legal battle over a house that she wants. This is not. This is apparently like the first. So she's gotten in two before. This is the first one, but it's just still like ongoing. So these aren't the nuns that she killed. She didn't kill them, but you know, that's kind of the joke. But this is some old guy who is claiming that he sold her house, but he wasn't in like a sound state of mind when he did it. And then he wanted it back. And then it like sparked this whole what's called like the Perry law thing, which is supposed to protect older citizens with like dementia and shit from exploitation in real estate, which is not like a good, you definitely don't want to have your name attached to a law like that. Especially like when you're the person who's buying the house from the old person that is being painted as the exploited party. I don't know, because I've seen people come to her defense and say that there is evidence that he was in a sound state of mind, but that he then wanted to rent the house out to somebody else or sell it for a higher price, and so he's faking being in an unsound state of mind so that he can like get the house back and sell it again. I don't know the details of it. Maybe that's true. But I also feel like it's kind of hard to have sympathy on either end to a certain degree, because these are like $1 million mansions. Like, we're not talking about just like a house that someone lived in. It's not just like, oh, this is my shelter, you know? It's like multi-million-dollar mansions that both parties seem to try to be making money off of. The people that I do feel kind of bad for in the other instance with the nuns are the nuns, because their house got sold. That was like a whole thing with like the Catholic Church, like the nuns lived in that house, but they didn't actually own it. And then that was a whole thing. And even then, I think they were trying to sell it to somebody else too. But it seemed like the nuns did kind of get fucked over in the way of that's their house that they've lived in, but they didn't own it, and then it got sold kind of without their consent. But at that point, it's like Katy isn't the bad guy necessarily. It's the party that sold it to her who owned the house. But it also is still just like, don't you have enough houses? Like, how do you keep getting into these specific scandals? At a certain point, don't you just go like, you know what? Sorry, I'll get another house. Like, there's enough houses. In fact, there are more empty houses, more unoccupied homes in this country than there are homeless people. So at a certain point, it's just kind of like, girl, I just can't feel that bad for you when I know the thing you're trying to do is just buy mansions to make money off of them. Like, it's not like she didn't want this house to live in. The reason Chris Pratt is involved in this story. Sorry, that screen is a little bit too far to the side. The reason Chris Pratt is even in this story is because Katy, I guess, was like trying to rent it to him. So it's like, you're not even living in the house. You just want to be a landlord. Granted, to another rich, famous person. So it's not the same sort of exploitative situation that like most landlords are in with their tenants. But still, at the end of the day, this is just another money venture for you. And there are other houses. I don't know, though. Yeah, the nuns wanted it for themselves, but the church fucked them over, not Katy. Yeah. And I think at that point, you could say, even if she had backed out of the deal, that they would have just sold it to somebody else. But still, it's like, you just don't want to be the person in that situation. You don't want to be like, well, someone else is going to take it. It's almost, I hate to make this, this is totally not comparable, but it does kind of remind me, if you've ever seen those clips of people in Israel where like the settlers will like take a Palestinian's house, and then when they get confronted with it, they're like, well, if I didn't take it, somebody else was gonna. So, you know, I'm not the one doing it. It's like, well, you're currently the person in the house. So I think you are a fair person to blame. Like, Katy, maybe if Katy hadn't bought that house, somebody else would have. That church would have sold it to another rich asshole. But still, you don't want to be the rich asshole in that situation. Like, there is still a little bit of blood on your hands. Ironically, Or not. Well, yeah, I guess ironically, almost literal blood because one of those nuns did die. From like, I think a heart attack that people are speculating was related to the stress, but who's to say? You know, who's to say? They were old. I don't know. It just feels like, Katy, just get a different thing to do. Stop trying to dip your toes into real estate. Just get something else to do. Yeah. More property equals more money. Then they buy even more property. Exactly. Exactly. It's so gross how like having a home is a money-making venture for so many people in this country. For our former, well, not our former president, our current president in his former career, that was a big part of it, was just like selling property. Ugh. We are such a gross country. And then people complain about like the homelessness in Los Angeles specifically. And it's like, well, okay. Get them into some homes. You got enough of them. So, whatever. That's our Katy update. Otherwise, not even otherwise. It's mostly just the same. It's just updates. She's doing the same shit. She's still involved in real estate scandals. People are still picking apart little moments in her tour, which the tour part I think is good for her. Because that definitely does keep attention on her. Like, I would say, truly, at this point, Katy Perry might have the most culturally relevant tour right now. And I'm saying that as a little monster who is, like, so excited to see Gaga's tour and who I think probably has the best tour running right now. Not even think. I'm going to say that, like, hands down. That's not even me being, like, a stan. Gaga has the best tour right now. Katy's maybe has the most culturally relevant, though, because she's the one that people keep talking about in a way that's not just praising the music, but there's some other, like, meta-narrative around it, you know? And that is kind of what we're here to assess. So, all in all, yeah, people are making fun of Katy Perry. Yeah, she had the whole thing with the space shit earlier in the year. Yeah, she has this ongoing stuff with her real estate scandals. But this is still way less of a flop era for her than Smile. Like, so much of the general public doesn't even know that Smile existed. They know that this album exists. Or at least they know that Katy's promoting something. They know that she's an active pop star. And I think when Smile came out, people weren't really sure. Oh, but then speaking of Gaga, our Gaga updates. So one thing, I don't even know if this is real. I saw this on Twitter, but if someone could have made this up, I have no clue. There was some sort of notice, or someone is claiming that there was a notice in the parking lot of Madison Square Garden for some sort of video shoot for, I guess, Lady Gaga. Like, the location manager and like, somehow they know that that was Lady Gaga. Now, could this be related to her What Smile? Someone said, exactly. Yeah, that was her album. That was the album between Witness and this new Lifetimes. Wait, what is her new album called? It's like 143, right? And then it's the Lifetimes tour. It's like a number. That's the name of her new album. But yeah, Smile was the album in between that no one even remembers because it didn't make any impact. That's like a real flop. Anyway, back to Gaga. This could be related to, people are speculating that she might have a performance at the VMAs this year, but she also is performing at Madison Square Garden during the VMAs. So people are thinking that maybe she's going to shoot something, some sort of performance or some sort of video to be played during the VMAs, which I don't love. If she's going to do any sort of like if she's going to do any performance for the VMAs while she is doing her show, just broadcast from the show, you know? Like, I still would rather it be live than have a pre-recorded performance, because I feel like that defeats the purpose. When we talked last time about the VMAs, like, one of the things that made the VMAs so exciting was the fact that it was, like, really live and anything could happen. So doing a pre-recorded performance, I just don't love it. I don't love it for anyone. I think that they should just be live, because that's part of the point. When are you seeing Gaga? I'm seeing her, I actually don't remember at this point, because I thought I had the 7th in my head. I'm seeing her on the 7th, but I also had Saturday in my head, and the 7th is a Sunday. So I'm either gonna be seeing her on the Sunday of the VMAs, or I'm seeing her the night before. I don't remember. I feel like it's the 7th, but I also really felt like it was a Saturday. One of those days, though, I'm seeing her. And either way, I think it's, like, it would be kind of exciting if she won an award or something and maybe, like, accepted it from the stage at the Mayhem Ball, because that would be, like, you know, a moment. It'd be something different from anything any other show got. At the same time, though, it does really seem like the Mayhem show is more of a concept tour, that there's, like, a story and there's different acts and stuff. And so to a certain point, I'm like, well, I just want to see the show as it was supposed to be done. I don't necessarily want to sit there as it gets interrupted by the VMAs. But either way, I'm going to have the time of my life. Either way, it's going to be the best night of my life. Just being in the same room with her in Madison Square Garden, in her home city, for what is probably her best tour. Either way, I'm gonna live and love and scream and cry. Oh my god, I can't believe it. I'm so excited. And yeah, as Jessica said, it could be a music video, but she did just film a music video separately for the Dead Dance song for the Wednesday show. Oh, by the way, speaking of Wednesday, they have, like, this new Wednesday meal at Wendy's, and I got it today. I don't love it. They did, like, a new sauce. It's just, like, a nugget meal with sauce and then, like, fries. And then some sort of frosty, but then it had, like, some berry stuff on it. The berry stuff I really didn't think was... It wasn't that flavorful. It really was not that flavorful. And then the mystery sauce, I don't know. It's really weird. I can't tell. It's kind of like purplish, if you can see. It kind of looks just like brown in the camera, but it is more like purpley. I don't know. It's almost kind of got like a garlicky, but then it has definitely a little bit of a spice. I don't know how I feel about it. I definitely would. I don't hate it, but it's definitely not a sauce that I would pick just of my own volition. Wait, what? We got the one that was spicy ketchup and then the one that was ghost pepper? There was a ghost pepper sauce? That's definitely not what that is. That's not that spicy. But anyway, just speaking of Wednesday, she did a song, she's doing a song for Wednesday, and that was filmed, the music video, by, what's his name? Tim Burton. I was gonna say Tim Robinson for a second. I was like, that's not correct. And so I don't think, maybe she's filming another music video. That's possible. Or maybe something else. Who's to say? She's so multi-talented, she can do anything. But I feel like she's I don't know. It's been a minute since she's done that many music videos in an era that I kind of feel like Dead Dance is probably the last one we're gonna get. Which is disappointing because I think Garden of Eden deserves one. I think Perfect Celebrity deserves one. I think they all deserve one. But specifically those two. But you know what? I'll take what I can get. And I appreciate her for all of it. She also, I mentioned last time that she was doing a collab with Dress to Impress. I did do 2 streams because it premiered on Saturday. Her, like, line of clothes within the Dress to Impress game. So I did that one, and then separate of that, they did, like, a meet and greet thing the next week. So I have 2 streams on the channel from those, if you want to watch them. They're not super eventful. But if you're interested, I guess, in Dress to Impress. I don't know, I feel like I don't watch video game streams, so I don't know what other people get out of them, because I'm like, well, if you're interested in Dress to Impress, you could just play the game. But other people must like them, because they're very popular. But I did 2 streams of those. The clothing was really cute. Really, really, like, it was cool because it wasn't just Mayhem stuff, it was also her other stuff, like, throughout her career. And they also put, like, a meme wall up on one of the boards in the game. There was a lot of cool, like, decor, there were some patterns, there was hair, there was faces, a lot of cool stuff. This is one of the memes that was on, because Gaga, since she was gonna be, like, playing the game, she was, like, changing her Roblox character, and people were watching her progress as she, like, put on different hairstyles and different outfits. So that was cute. Fun little interactive thing. I do have to say, well, okay, I don't want to be too negative about it. If you watch the stream, you can definitely watch me get kind of annoyed during the meet and greet one specifically, because it was just a little, like, boring. Someone left a comment that says the event gives "Go girl, give us nothing," and that is definitely the case. That is really the vibe. But it also, to keep in perspective, Dress to Impress is a game on Roblox made by teenagers. Like, there's still, I looked it up, I don't know all the lore. There's apparently, like, people know a lot of stuff about these developers. There's, like, drama, different shit. There's some of them, I guess, are also influencers, so I don't know all of that shit, but I looked into it a little bit, and yeah, from what I could tell, all the main people still working on it are, like, still currently teenagers. Some of them are 18, so they're adults, but they're teenagers. And this also, it's hard to do events, period. And especially in, like, a digital platform where there's going to be so many different servers, it was already going to be a very hard thing to organize and to make entertaining for everyone. So, you know, they kind of did the best they could, this being their first time doing something like this. And there were really cute aspects of it. So there were some other people who were in, like, the server that Gaga was in, because she was in the game, in her own server. And there was a cute, someone was, like, live streaming, or I don't know if they live streamed while they were playing or if they just streamed later, but I saw this cute little clip from someone who was in that server with her.
I got to be in the same server as Lady Gaga during the Lady Gaga DTI event. It was so wholesome trying to watch her figure out how to play Roblox for the first time. Okay, she's actually making her outfit. Hang on. Pick a skin tone. They're teaching her how to do it. This is so cute. Okay, jump now. Okay, she's trying so hard. Click on the heart. Oh wait, does she even see it? Oh no, she went to the skin tone one instead. To the chairs, to the chairs. There we go. She got it, y'all. She got it. You got this, Gaga. Yes, you got this. She's picking her hair now. Ooh, wait, she's picking hair that this isn't even the Lady Gaga hairs. Oh wait, she's picking multiple hairs. She's doing some hair combos right now, y'all. She's doing some hair combos. Okay, she's got her hair now. Makeup is what she's trying to do. Okay, she's getting her face. Slay. She's looking at all the faces that look like her. This is so cool. She's thinking really long and hard on what to wear next, guys. Mic test. Oh no. Wait, was that supposed to be an announcement? I think we're having some technical difficulties.
So yeah, that was cute. The problem is that, like, obviously only a very small amount of people were in the server with Gaga, and most of those people were the game developers or, like, other admins and stuff. People who work on the game, which I guess did piss a lot of people off, because they did market it. They called it, like, a meet and greet, and obviously not that many people were going to be in the same server as Gaga. That would have been crazy with, I don't even know how many people play the game, but I'm assuming like thousands at one time. So we couldn't have all been in the same server as Gaga, and I was never expecting to be in the same server as her. But I guess people were upset because it was when, like, footage of the server she was in came out, it was very clear that it was pretty much just all admins and then, like, I think 3 fans, which if you're calling it a meet and greet, the fact that only 3 people got to be in the same server as her, I get why people were kind of upset about that. And they posted, like, this long apology earlier today about it. I'm not gonna read this whole thing because it's a lot. But I guess this is too where I'm like, the lore here and the like world around Dress to Impress seems so intense, because this person said, I want to begin by apologizing for my defensiveness personally. I'm like, oh, so there was like there was an initial backlash, and then she got defensive and said something about speaking in my stream last night. So they're streaming while they do this. I am so not tuned into this whole world. I just play the game. But I guess they're doing live streams and stuff. I don't know. And then other people, like, so many people in the replies, like, know the drama too, because it's like, B-Plays should have never been part of the team and should have stayed as an influencer. Everything has only gone downhill since her appointment. Like, people have feelings about this. And then I don't think anyone thought everyone would be meeting Gaga. What was disappointing is that you advertised a fair contest where people would have the chance, and only 3 people actually did. The rest of them were big Roblox creators or devs, and I think that's what people are mad with. And I do think that's true, because the way that they were advertising it was definitely kind of... Because at first, too, they said that she was going to be judging a style showdown event, that she was actually going to be playing the game, and that's kind of true. Both of those things are, like, kind of simultaneously true. She is judging the style showdown event in that they have a Gaga avatar next to their normal Lana avatar. Not Lana Del Rey, but, like, the avatar in the game, Lana. And then Gaga has, like, a few lines that she read, so you can, like, hear Gaga's voice and stuff during the game, and she's judging the Style Showdown event in that regard. But then the part where she was actually playing the game had nothing to do with the Style Showdown event. She actually never really, like, played the game. People would, like, dress up in free play mode and then take screenshots and post them with, like, a hashtag onto Instagram or TikTok, and then she chose 3 winners out of that, and then those winners got to be in the meet and greet. So it was kind of advertised as if the meet and greet and the Style Showdown thing was going to be, like, totally separate, but they weren't. And also, yeah, there was just bad messaging. There was definitely a lot of bad messaging. And then also there was a whole thing about a Q&A. And the Q&A, you had to, like, get into the Discord, and then to get into the Discord, I tried to do it because I just wanted to sort of see what the process was and, like, understand more about it. And also, I did want to ask a question, just to put it out there, just in case, because I just want to know. I want to know if Lady Gaga watches Severance. That's all I want to know. That's just my one question. Does Lady Gaga watch Severance? And you know, I don't have very many opportunities to ask her these things. I thought about making a TikTok, so I was like, she is on TikTok a lot. So that's probably the best way to get a hold of her at this point as a fan, is to make a TikTok. But I don't know. I just want to know, does Lady Gaga watch Severance? But I tried to get on the Discord server, and it was so many different steps of like, you had to verify through these different apps, and then I even did some of it, and it still like didn't work. And so I was like, whatever, I'm giving up on this. So my biggest thing with the Q&A meet and greet thing, I'm not upset that I wasn't in the same server as Lady Gaga. I never thought that that would happen. I do understand the people who are upset about the amount of people that got to be in the server with Gaga and the process with which you could get into the server with her. It just wasn't very clear. But my bigger thing with the event was that I just didn't really love the questions they picked, because it was a lot of stuff that she had already kind of answered previously in other interviews. And there was a point where she like took a photo of herself playing. She was like, no one believes that it's me. I have a screenshot in the slide in a second. But there was a moment where I was like, I don't even know if she's actually playing right now, just because all of the questions that they were picking were questions that she's answered in other interviews before. So I was like, it would kind of make sense if they just chose like questions that they could farm her other interviews for answers for. And she did give a few answers that were kind of different or fun. At one point, someone asked her, what do you do when you have like creative block? And she just answered, I don't really get creative block, which I thought was very funny. But I kind of, honestly, I compared it in the stream to when Hilary Duff did a Q&A on Stardoll, which that went a lot better, but also those were like adult web developers who I'm assuming had other experience and stuff in the industry. Like, again, we should emphasize here, the Dress to Impress game is being run by teenagers. I'm sure that there probably are some adults in their camp helping them, especially people at Roblox who are like getting them access to celebrities like Lady Gaga, or before that, Charlie XCX. Also, that was kind of the big thing that sort of really pushed Dress to Impress to being like the size of the game it is now, is their collaboration with Charlie XCX last year. So I'm sure that there are people at Roblox that are helping them, but primarily the people working on the game are like kids, essentially. So keep that in mind. But the Stardoll game with Hilary Duff, I just really I wish that it kind of was more like that, where it was just kind of kids asking Hilary Duff random ass questions, like, what's your favorite kind of cheese? Are you afraid of sharks? I want stuff like that, kind of. You know, not the, like, PR approved, explain your creative process, blah, blah, blah. You know, because that just gave Gaga the opportunity. At one point, she said something about how she rehearsed the whole Mayhem show all the way through 10 times in her garage in between this last little, like, break in her shows. And it's like, okay, cool. That's cool to know, but I just wanted this to be a little bit different than a normal interview where she could just answer random ass questions, even if it's mostly from kids. You know, I want to hear the stuff that kids want to ask her, because she's on Roblox. And if you're on Roblox, you're aware that you're communicating to an audience mostly of children. So when you're doing that, let children ask what children would ask. Children don't care about how much you rehearsed the Mayhem Ball. They want to know, like, what's your favorite show? What's your favorite color? And I want to know that too, to some degree. Those are fun. Anyway. OMG Stardoll, those were the days. Yeah, I know. They don't make them like that anymore. Stardoll is fucked. I talked about it a little bit in my Kim Kardashian Hollywood video. I went on to Stardoll while I was making that video just to see, like, is it still up? Is it still doing stuff? And it's just depressing. It's depressing to look at it. It's so depressing what the internet has become in general. But yeah, the Start All Q&A kind of outserved the Dress to Impress Q&A. I'm sorry to say. And also there was just too much back and forth too, where it was still, they still had the Lana avatar there kind of trying to like guide the conversation, and it was just way too much talking from Lana where it was like, oh, we love that about you, Lady Gaga. It's like, shut up. Just get to the next question. Like, just question, answer, question, answer, question, answer. That's all you have to do. That is all you have to do. But whatever. It's fine. It was cute. I got my little hat at the end, my special edition hat. But that was another thing too, is they had also marketed as like, you have to play during the event, like while it's happening, like one day only. And that's how you get the hat. And then later they were like, actually, no, you have all week. It's like, so I didn't even like need to get up for this. I probably still would have just to see the meet and greet thing, but I was kind of like, oh, fuck. I don't want to miss out on the hat. Anyway. I just want to know if she watches Severance. Back to our slideshow. Oh yeah, this is the photo of her playing the game, and it is cute. She said, sorry, I was taking a photo of myself playing because no one believes it's me. And I did, even though I had that suspicion for a second of like, maybe they're just farming her old interviews for answers and she's not actually playing. I had that, I thought for like a second, but something that kind of just popped that bubble immediately for me, or not bubble, but something that convinced me otherwise immediately when I thought about it. I was like, no, there are like grammatical errors and stuff in the stuff that she's typing, to the point that I do think it's her typing. Because at one point she wrote the wrong form of right. And I'm not trying to like make fun of her at all. It was just very human and very cute. Of like, oh, she's typing. Adam Lambert was at a Gaga concert, just going off the last time when I talked about all the celebrities there. This one, maybe not that big of a deal, but I do just like Adam Lambert, and I'm kind of just ready for an Adam Lambert renaissance. I think he should come back. I don't really know where he went exactly, other than on that Queen tour. But I think he's released music semi-recently, right? Maybe we can add him to the bracket. Or not, I don't know if we'll add him to the bracket, but maybe we'll at least do a slide on him just to see what he's up to. Because I do just find him like wholesome and cute. And he also, I don't know, there's maybe some nostalgia attached to it too, of like when Adam Lambert was more relevant as like a solo pop star before he did like the whole Queen thing. You know, it was just kind of a simpler time. When you know who wasn't so overbearing in our lives. Mayhem Ball is still going. There was some question about what is she going to be doing for her finale song, the encore song, where she was just playing a song every night. She had gone through all of the art pop album, and then people were just wondering what was going to happen afterward. She has started doing more Born This Way stuff, and it's hard to say, because not only is she doing the encore song, she's now done 2 different piano songs from art pop, from Born This Way. She did Hair at one show, and then she did Marry the Night at the next show. I don't know if this is just going to be a New York thing, because Born This Way is such a New York album, or if, like, for the rest of the tour, she's going to be going through Born This Way. Something I do think is very funny, though, is the fact that we went from her never acknowledging art pop for, like, years, never even putting it on a tour, post the album coming out, post the album's tour, and now she's, like, doing the same thing with Chromatica, and we're all so excited about her acknowledging art pop again, finally. But it's like she just had to pick a new album of like, I have to ignore one album. I can never embrace my entire discography. There has to be one album that I leave people wondering if I absolutely despise. And unfortunately, it's never Joanne. I guess she didn't do any Joanne during the Chromatica ball. But she might have. I feel like there maybe was one show where she did Million Reasons. But she's now doing, if she's doing Million Reasons, I'm pretty sure in the new Mayhem ball. So now it's just Chromatica. She pisses me off sometimes. Oh yeah, the Gaga stuff also kind of got overshadowed by a recent hoax claiming they made the female body type skinnier. They didn't, which was made worse by the fact that they haven't given an update on adding plus size models. Yeah, I know that they had said a while ago that they were going to try to add some like plus size stuff. I understand why people are upset about that, especially if they already announced it. And again, this is a problem with like their communication. But in their defense a little bit, I have to imagine, because I've never made a game like that, but I have to imagine that to add another body type, you would have to like probably redo the coding on like all of the items that can go on the body, which would be a pain in the ass. So I get why they've like dragged their feet on doing that. Cause like even with they have the female body and the male body. The male body, if you ever play as a man on that game, you're gonna lose. Because the male body just doesn't have that many clothing options. And you can't, if you're playing as the man, you can't wear any of the other, like the female clothes. You can't like mix and match. And vice versa. If you're playing as a woman, you can't go over to the men's section, though it's tiny, so it doesn't even really matter that much. But you can't go over to the men's section and then take some of those clothes. So I think that there is just problems with like putting different clothing items onto the different bodies that they have. It's just very hard to correlate each item with different body types. But yeah, they did say that they were gonna do it. So at some point, you kind of do have to do it. Anyway. Was Chromatica controversial in a similar way to Art Pop, or is Gaga just like that for no reason? Well, kind of, sort of, I guess, yes to both. It wasn't controversial in the way that Art Pop was. Like, Art Pop was really extra and really, like, in your face, and she did do stuff during that era that was controversial, like, obviously the R. Kelly collaboration, which thankfully that song has just been fully taken off every new issuing of the album, and it's not on streaming anymore, so like she's kind of managed to avoid like huge controversy with that. There was controversy at the time, but not as much, because at the time R. Kelly was just still an active pop star, so even though there were allegations against him, it was surviving R. Kelly. So there was controversy with that, and also some controversy with her with the long lost music video for that album, which was also directed by Terry Richardson, who is also a sexual predator, allegedly. Yeah. And then there was also the puking thing at the Doritos Ball festival, whatever it was, where she was doing Swine, and then Millie Brown, not Millie Bobby Brown, but Millie Brown, who is an artist who makes art by puking paint. She was puking onto Gaga during that song, and so that one was also kind of controversial. That one, I'm like, I love that performance, so I give Gaga the pass on that. But people were upset, especially Demi Lovato, actually, was someone who said something about it, because Demi has suffered with bulimia before, so I think that was just like triggering for her. But the song was about rape, so, which kind of makes the whole thing with Terry Richardson and R. Kelly seem somewhat ironic, that she was like making a song about her experience being sexually assaulted while working with these sexual predators. I made the argument in my art pop video, which I still stand behind. I think that those things are related. I think that Gaga was processing her trauma for the first time and thought that it would be empowering for her to sing the lyrics, "Do what you want with my body," in front of two sexual predators. I do think that that is what was happening in her brain. She's never explicitly said it, but when she did apologize for the song and took it off streaming, she said something about, the song is called "Do What You Want With My Body." I think it's pretty clear that my thinking at the time was kind of twisted. So I think that those things were related, but people were connecting the puking thing more to like a bulimia thing, like glamorizing bulimia, which it just wasn't. That wasn't the statement at all. It was very obviously a metaphor for being raped. So there were controversial things around that, but the biggest thing around art pop was just that she had been so overexposed, and she had just come off Born This Way, which had been so huge, and she had been touring that entire time, and then she broke her hip, and then like 3 months later was putting out the album. She was just overexposed. She was exhausted. There was a lot going on. She hadn't really even healed fully from her hip injury because she then started to experience symptoms of her fibromyalgia, which she still suffers with, even though I think that she said that she's mostly pain-free at this point. But there was a lot of stuff happening personally for her during art pop, where even the stuff that wasn't specifically controversial, there was just a lot happening for her, where I think that that is probably what's happening with Chromatica, even though she never really did anything during the Chromatica era that got people mad at her, the way that art pop had some moments. I think that she was maybe just not fully healed yet and was still suffering a lot from her fibromyalgia in the beginning of that era. And that also, like, the pandemic happened at that same time. So I think maybe there was just stuff happening for her personally that makes it hard for her to look back on Chromatica. And that is kind of similar to what was happening for her for a long time with art pop. But I don't totally know. I think it could just be that she's like, I'm just bored of that album. I have no idea. But I think probably eventually we'll give her a few years. We'll give her 10 years, because that's how long it took for her to acknowledge art pop. And maybe in 2030, she will finally acknowledge Chromatica. People are in the chat. That's still not on my screen. People in the chat are talking about how she didn't go on a tour with Kanye. Yeah, she almost went on a tour with Kanye at the very beginning of her career, but then they had that tour scheduled like right before the VMAs when Kanye interrupted Taylor at the VMAs, and then they canceled the tour. I don't know if those were specifically related. People have presumed that they were, that Gaga just didn't really want to be seen with Kanye at that time, but I don't know. But yeah, she almost went on a tour with Kanye. And you know what? As much as I'm glad that she didn't, because that's how we got the Monster Ball, which was before the Mayhem Ball, her best tour ever. I'm glad we got that, but the promo photo shoots for the tour with Kanye did look so good, though. I am still curious about what that tour would have looked like. But so she did hair for her little, like, acoustic thing. And then the next night she did Marry the Night, and I do want to play because I just thought this was so funny and cute. And also fully how I feel even just watching it from my, like, laptop. This is the audience's reaction to her playing Marry the Night. Yeah, I would die. And I'm so excited. Because if she's doing a new song like that, like an acoustic version at every show, I'm like, what song am I gonna get? That's so exciting. I love it. That's what Sabrina was doing with the nonsense song where she changed the lyrics at every show to match the city. That was super cute. And then what Taylor did with the surprise song, the surprise acoustic song at every show, that was really cute. I think that is such a good idea to keep every show new, you know? To give every different venue or every different city, every different night, their own special thing. I love it. I think every artist should do something like that because it's just a small thing that you can do, you know, just like one acoustic song. If I guess maybe Taylor and Gaga have the upper hand in that they can play live instruments, which not every pop star has. But, you know, but what Gaga was doing even before this was just at the end of every show, she wasn't even necessarily performing these songs. She just played them as she was doing her bows, her and her dancers. And even that was just exciting. It was just, what song is she going to play and walk out to at the end of the night? You know, it's a small thing that I do think makes a lot of difference. And especially when ticket prices are so fucking expensive right now. It's not too much to ask for you to give each show its own little special moment. Maybe that's what Katy is doing every time something goes wrong. She's giving every show its own special moment. Maybe you get the girl who passes out. Maybe you get the electric shock. Maybe you get the butterfly falling. You're gonna get something at a Katy show. But that was our Gaga update. Also, FKA Twigs is... So before we had talked about she was going to do a deluxe edition of her Eusexua album that I guess was supposed to be called Deluxua. Great name. I don't know if that's scrapped now. I'm not fully in the know. I literally just left the fucking FKA Twigs Discord server. Because I was like, I just don't need to be here. I don't need... there was something just so weird about it to me, of the idea of a pop star having a Discord server. I don't know. Because if Gaga had one, I'd be in there immediately, but I also still would find it kind of odd, you know? Discord servers are for gossiping. That's how I feel. And I can't gossip with FKA Twigs. But you can't gossip with any... I do miss when celebrities used to get kind of messy, just on Twitter, when they would just talk shit. Not even talk shit, but just talk like humans, and that is kind of missing. So maybe the Discord server is the answer. I don't know, but I left the Discord server, and maybe I could have found more information there. But she's now pregnant with her new album. That's what this thing is. That's a prosthetic. It looks incredible. It really looks... I kept zooming in to be like, how... I don't know exactly how it works. If it goes all the way... Oh, it looks so good. It fully looks like she's pregnant. But she's pregnant with her new album, and it's called Afterglow. So I don't know if Deluxua is scrapped or if Afterglow is Deluxua. I don't know. Because I'm trying to... it'd be cool to get a whole new album, but I'm like, but Deluxua was almost such a cool name that I'm like, well, you have to put it out because of that. But maybe, I don't know, maybe she's fully moved on to a new era. That prosthetic is so good, though. Maybe this is Afterglow, a pregnancy joke? Perhaps. Chappell Roan is still performing. She did some sort of performance that was filmed by like the BBC. I feel like the BBC has so many concerts that they film, and it's kind of pissing me off. Why is there no American equivalent? Why aren't we streaming more concerts? Aren't we like the big country when it comes to pop music? Isn't that why we're not allowed to enter Eurovision, because we already dominate the like pop music industry? Why don't we have more live concert feeds? I guess we have like Coachella and stuff, but that is still, those are separate like we don't have just a channel. Especially like the BBC, which is like a public network thing. Like we don't have just like a PBS that's just constantly doing like big pop star stuff. Oh, America sucks. America fucking sucks. Yeah, exactly. That's because BBC is a public network and they receive a lot of government money for the arts. I fucking hate our country. It's like all of our money is going to the military and shit. Why can't it go to Chappell Roan concerts? But she looked incredible. Looks so good. And that's it. That's the only commentary I have. Is like, look at her. She's hot. Yeah, Tiny Desk does pop stars sometimes, but that's still a different scale. And those are cute. But I want like big concerts, you know? Yeah, exactly, because we can't stop paying the Israel boys. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Also, right, we were talking about Demi Lovato last time, and like as we were talking about it, I think she was like on stage with the Jonas Brothers. So would have been cool to know that while we were streaming, because we were talking about how her new era is really her kind of almost reckoning with her past in a similar way to what Gaga is sort of doing with Mayhem, you know, sans acknowledging Chromatica, but the rest of her past she's embracing. And that also is kind of what Taylor Swift was doing with the Eras tour. And I do think that that is like, I think you can see it in a few ways of pop stars leaning on nostalgia in an era where, I don't know, nostalgia does kind of go hand in hand with some conservative ideology. So maybe it's an indicator of like us becoming more conservative as a country. Ugh. But I also think that I don't know, I just don't see it that way, because for me, I think the thing that I find really moving about it is the fact that it is mostly women who have been maligned throughout their careers and who have suffered various things throughout their careers that has kind of pushed them to maybe feel a certain way about their past in a lot of ways, to not want to look back at things they did previously because of all the trauma that surrounds being a woman in the public eye. And it is really cool to see so many women starting to look back at their careers and be like, no, I'm proud of that, actually. You know, it's nice. But I don't know. But yeah, she did perform with the Jonas Brothers, which there's lore behind that too. Lore that I'm a little bit more caught up on because I was a Disney Channel kid in the 2000s, which we talked about during the DTI stream a little bit. We looked at some old Disney shows and went down a short little trip down memory lane. But I never really got into the Jonas Brothers. I was very against when I was younger. I hated things that I hated feeling Like, I was supposed to find a man attractive. And that was like the marketing around any sort of big male musician. Partially, I think I was also just prejudiced against men because I was a girl, and I was just always like a very feminine little girl who just wanted to like watch girl things, with some exceptions, but very girl oriented. So like when a man came on my TV screen, I was like, oh, what the hell? But also, I did have just like a bitterness of like when they would do those ads for like Jesse McCartney. Do you remember the ads where it was like he was in his house and there were like girls screaming outside the homes and like banging on the walls? And it just felt so much of like, you're supposed to find this man attractive. And every man had marketing around them that was like that. And I would always just like, I felt so put off by it because I was like, I will decide what I find attractive, thank you. Like Zac Efron. He had a bit of that marketing around him too, but I think the first time I saw him was just in High School Musical, so I just saw him like as an actor in a movie, and I was like, oh, I need that. I need that. But then the Jonas Brothers and all that, I was like, I don't know. I don't know that there's a whole lot of substance there. So all the drama with the Jonas Brothers and Demi Lovato and Miley Cyrus kind of missed me a little bit. But I do know that Demi and Joe dated for a while, and maybe, I guess, they broke up while they were promoting Camp Rock, correct? Does anyone know? I think that is what happened. And so they were like performing together and stuff while they were like broken up and having to mimic the chemistry that they had in the movie, which it'd be hard for any actor to do, but especially they were like teenagers at the time. I think still minors, possibly, right? I don't know what ages they were. Maybe Joe was older. But I don't know. It is so weird when you really think back on it and all the love triangles and stuff that were happening. I watched someone's video about the Disney Channel games. Do you remember when they would do that? Where they would have all their like main Disney Channel people like go outside and do stuff together? And all the like different drama and stuff that was happening with all those different people at that time. It's like, it's so fucking weird that we were, I guess it makes sense because it's like that's what would have happened in a high school if you put all those teenagers together. But it's so extra weird that there was like business behind it, you know, of like you have to go out and promote this movie together and this soundtrack together, even though we know that you were dating and now you've broken up. It's just weird. It's really, really weird. And Disney was at least, I think, you don't hear the same types of scandals coming out of the Disney Channel that you do from Nickelodeon, because I think that Disney at least knew well enough to be like, we have to keep this clean cut enough for the survival of our channel. Like, we can't have a weird foot guy running around. And even they tried to bring the Disney Channel into that whole Dan Schneider thing with, there was someone who, one of the people who I think actually did molest, was it maybe the guy who abused Drake Bell, that he then got a job on Disney Channel? But even when you looked into that, he got a job for like a day as like a voiceover person, and then Disney found out and fired him immediately, so he never even actually did any work for them. Like, Disney at least kind of had the smarts to be like, okay, we have to keep everything looking at least fairly above board. But the problem with Disney that almost makes it more insidious, or maybe not more, but like, just harder to like call out is like, oh, this was bad, this was abusive, this is a bad thing to do to children. It's like the Disney Channel kids got so much bigger and so much more famous because Disney was just better at marketing. And they, you know, Demi Lovato, Miley Cyrus, Hilary Duff before that. All those people, they got like big mainstream careers while still working on the Disney Channel. And so you hear, I don't know, it's like there was just so much more attention being put onto those kids. And it is, I don't know. I still kind of just struggle with what I even think child stardom should look like, or even if it should even exist, because I don't know that I want to say that kids shouldn't be able to act at all, especially because I think that children deserve to have children's entertainment and deserve to have TV shows and movies and stuff that reflect their lives. And so how do you do that without hiring children to be actors? But then it's like, well, that still is just child labor, and it's child labor that puts children into the public eye in a very exploitative and weird way. I don't know how we reconcile any of that. But I think about it sometimes. So that's my thought on that. And seeing them perform together kind of reminded me of how weird the Disney Channel really was. But their performance looked pretty good from the clips I saw. She fully outsang him. And he's fine. Like, Joe Jonas is like a good singer or whatever, even though I never got into the Jonas Brothers. They're like talented or whatever. But Demi Lovato? It was just so effortless too, the way that she... It's like she couldn't help herself but be so much better than everyone else on stage. Yeah, I feel like there has to be some kind of safe child acting, but there's no way turning a child into an entire brand so young is ethical. I think that really is... I think step one, however we feel about kids doing acting jobs in general, and also part of the issue too is like there are laws around what the employer can make the kids do. But I don't think there are any laws around how many jobs a kid can take. Because, yeah, maybe one employer can't make the kids work past, like, a certain amount of time. But if that kid can then just go to a new set with a different production company and then work that same amount of hours there, then it's like, well, they're still working the same amount. They're just working on two different jobs. And also, as child actors, that is then putting them into a position where they have to like switch their mindset in a different way. And maybe they're playing like two fully different characters, and that kind of fucks with your identity a little bit too. Whatever, that's a whole thing. Whatever we think about the laws that need to exist around the acting specifically, I do think at some point we have to all just agree that like they can't do promotional tours. You can't put a kid on a red carpet. As much as I enjoyed seeing that little girl from the Wicked movie, the one, she played little Nessa. She was so adorable. I loved seeing her every time she showed up anywhere. But also, probably we shouldn't have kids on red carpets. Like, they shouldn't be going to the promo stuff. And they definitely shouldn't be doing interviews on talk shows. Like, that whole thing is so weird. I was so uncomfortable. Every morning, I watch ABC TV, like, morning programming every morning when I wake up. Kind of. I wake up, I take my Vyvanse, then I go back to sleep, and I go in and out of sleep until my Vyvanse kicks in and like fully wakes me up. So I kind of hear a little bit of like Kelly and Mark, I kind of hear a little bit of Tamron Hall, and then I mostly just hear The View. But one morning, I was still kind of sleepy, but then I couldn't fucking sleep through The View because I heard the little girl from Lilo and Stitch coming on to the show, and I immediately was like, what the fuck? Like, not only are we having that little girl go on to a promo tour for this movie, this bitch-ass movie, hate that movie, and they had that fucking animatronic Stitch driving out during the View segment. That pissed me off too, because I was like, oh, you can have an animatronic Stitch on The View, but you couldn't make a puppet for the movie. Okay. But it stressed me out because I'm like, not only should we not be making this little girl do interviews for this movie, we definitely shouldn't be making her do interviews on live TV. The View is live. What the hell? What are we doing? And it's so hard because everyone is like, oh my God, it's so cute. I'm like, it's not though. Like, she's cute, but she shouldn't be in this position. And you know what else? I didn't talk about this either. Everyone was talking about how cute that clip of that little girl, that little like baby dancing to Abracadabra was. I found it so disturbing. I'm just gonna show you guys. Because I don't think this is cute at all. It's like, what do you have? Kids don't learn choreography like this on their own. Someone is making her do this. And it's like a whole little troop of little girls. It's a 4-year-old. Oh my God. This is so disturbing. I can't play the audio. I'm gonna have to turn that off, obviously. Well, let me play this part, because she does say something.
The category is Dance All Night.
It's creepy and weird. I hate it. What if we put it on like... no. Mm-mm. It makes me so uncomfortable. Whatever. Every time I close all the other tabs, it just goes back to the Ann Coulter. So yeah, child stardom is weird. That's the point of that. Then, in more happy news, Demi did like something related to her and Selena, and that's kind of nice, you know? I know more about that than I do about the Jonas Brothers stuff. But like Demi and Selena were friends for a while, like besties. They were on Barney together. Then they did quite a few Disney Channel things together. And then there was some sort of falling out. At one point, Demi implied that it was Taylor Swift's fault. Don't fully know. They also had both dated Jonas Brothers. And then Taylor also dated a Jonas Brother. Like, there was a lot of stuff there. But they have seemed to not ever totally rekindle their friendship. But recently, Selena was in an interview and she said something. She just said something about like her time on the Disney Channel, and then she went, and Demi, and the way that Selena just said Demi got people very like excited of like, oh, she's thinking positively about Demi. And then now Demi is liking this photo of her and Selena, so it's like maybe there's a reunion coming. I don't know. And Demi and Taylor seem to have really like patched up their shit. They have interacted in ways that seemed way more friendly recently. And Demi's not working with Scooter Braun anymore, so hopefully we would love it. We would love that peace in girl world. Ironically, a lot of the stream today, we will not be talking about peace in girl world, But there's potential in this scenario for there to be peace. And I would love that, because even though Demi and Selena were never like my faves on the Disney Channel, like my girl was always Hilary Duff, even though that's kind of a different generation. They're after Hilary. But no one ever replaced Hilary for me, is what I'm saying. So I wasn't totally a stan of either of them, but I saw enough of it to feel kind of invested in their friendship. And it would just make me happy if they were just friends again. I think that would be so nice. And maybe they could also be friends with Miley Cyrus, who made that kind of weird fucking video kind of making fun of them. And that's crazy too, because not only were these girls on the Disney Channel and doing promo shit and having their personal private drama becoming like news stories in just general celebrity news, they also came up during the same time as like social media. So then they got roped into social media drama, i.e. that video of Miley and her friend Mandy mocking their video that they had made for YouTube. What a saga. Can you imagine, like, your high school beef? Your, like, high school and early college beef being broadcast to so many people when you were probably an asshole, you know? Because that's the thing with, like, high school and early, like, young adulthood drama. No one ever comes out of it looking that good. You're all kind of assholes. This is a bummer too. So let's hold on to this. Let's savor this moment for a minute. Love it. There is a somewhat troubling video of Tyla that it's kind of, I don't know if I'm being paranoid or like reading too much into it. But this was just really, this was kind of disturbing to me. And I feel like people let go of it, like, immediately in a way that just sort of just makes me uncomfortable. Even though, to some degree, I'm like, okay, yeah, we shouldn't be, like, prying into Tyla's, like, personal shit. But also, she is a very young woman. She's, like, 23 years old. She's new to the industry. I do worry about her a little bit. There's a video of her being carried out of a party. Watch it start over. That's her. And then she gets into a car and she's being like cradled. She seems unconscious. I don't know what happened. She was at a party. Her team is putting out statements saying that she's fine. It says, you guys, Tyla is okay. She was just drunk as fuck last night and her team decided it's time to take her home. In fact, she found the video funny, as confirmed by a member on her team, so don't worry. I guess this is like a stan account, but it's like a stan with maybe some connections. It's Tiger Nation? Is that what they call themselves? But I guess it was her photographer that said that. I don't know, though. This is just like a random account, so I don't know exactly what connections they have. But as far as I know, Tyla herself hasn't said anything. And while I don't know. I get that maybe she just... I don't know, that looks bad to me. Maybe she was just... but at that point, if she passed out, why can't she just stay in the party? Why is she being carried like that to her car? Like, there wasn't just like a room that she could go into and sleep it off for a little bit? This just seems so suspicious and weird. Yeah, exactly. It's the running. It's so urgent. Yeah, why did they feel the need to get her out so quickly? What happened? Yeah, and she looks knocked out, not just drunk, and the guy looks super concerned. IDK, yeah, it looks weird. It looks really weird. And it also... I can't tell, is that... No, that's just a necklace. It almost looked like there was something coming out of her mouth for a second, but I think that's just her necklace hanging down. It is possible that she just... I don't know, because even if she drank too much, it's like you pass out, but that's like dead weight. That's like fully passed out. That's like someone said, like knocked out. Yeah, it's not just like she's drunk and needs help getting to the car. That's weird. And I don't fully want to like pry into her business, but also she's a young woman in a very like predatory industry that I am worried that there's not very much protection around her. And also, you know, I hate to talk too much about her body, but like she's a very small girl. Very small. And at a certain point, you know, like as a country, we talk so much about how being unhealthy being overweight is. But when you actually look at like the science, it's generally way better to be overweight than it is to be underweight for your health. And so that already, how small she is does make her more vulnerable to experiencing like adverse effects from different substances, or also just passing out just from like physical exertion. And that's the thing that stresses me out too, when it's like, okay, to some degree I'm like, okay, I don't want to know about some of these girls. Maybe do have eating disorders, maybe they don't, maybe there are other health things happening, maybe they just don't. I mean, like I take Vyvanse for my ADHD. That really reduces my appetite to the point that like I don't eat as much throughout the day as I probably should. And there's a lot of different factors that go into your weight and your health and stuff in that way. And I don't want to judge anyone because I don't know anything that's happening behind the scenes that's affecting the way that they look. But it does concern me when I see people, pop stars in particular, the people that I pay attention to the most, when I see them get to a certain size and they're still performing. They're still like doing so much physical exertion. Like full choreography, going out and doing these like huge promo campaigns where they are maybe crying a lot because maybe they're physically exhausted. At some point, it just feels like someone needs to step in and be like, hey, take a break. Eat something. You get to a point where your body doesn't have enough energy within itself to sustain your lifestyle, because there's not, like, you do need to eat. You know, I hope everyone knows that. I hope everyone here knows that like you need to eat to survive. And I don't know, it stresses me out. I don't want to comment on people's bodies too much, but like it stresses me the fuck out when I see people get to a certain size, continue doing the same shit they've, like the same promo campaigns that a healthy person can do when they are so severely underweight. It stresses me out. It stresses me out to look at it. And it's also, it frustrates me a little bit when people are like, I get, yeah, we don't want to be commenting on people's weights all the time. But at a certain point, we are just watching people die. You know? And I don't think that we should all... The thing that frustrates me a little bit is like a certain pop star has had a lot of discourse around their weight circulating, and that person chose to address it by claiming that that is the healthiest they've ever been. And that is concerning to me, because I can look at their body and kind of just say that that's not true. Because at a certain point, yeah, well, maybe, I guess I shouldn't say that, because your overall health is impacted by so much more than just your weight. But again, it's like, it's the physical exertion, it's the fact that she's gotten so small. At a certain point, your body just runs out of energy. And so when I see her lifestyle and the size that she is, I don't think that that's healthy. And I think that that is kind of just like an objective fact of like, that amount of exertion with a body of that size is not healthy. And that's to some degree her business. But when you're telling your fans that it is healthy, when you're telling them that there's nothing to worry about, you're telling people, you're telling young girls that no, that it doesn't matter. You're putting like a body positive spin on pro malnourishment. You know? It's not good. It's really not good. And seeing Tyla being carried out of, I don't know. I don't know if that's a factor in this at all. But the whole thing does just feel like these women are not being protected by the people around them. Though I guess, I don't know. I mean, her security guard is carrying her out of the party, so maybe something happened in that party that her security guard saw and was like, we have to go now, which is kind of the best case scenario that, like, as much as I would hate anything happening to her in that party that was bad, I guess maybe the silver lining here is that people on her team got her out of that situation and seemingly in a hurry. But I don't know. I don't know. This is really, really weird. Yeah, this is weird. And I just don't like the way that people are like brushing it off like it's not weird. That it's like, oh, she just drank too much. No. That's not what that looks like. Ugh, God. Cardi B also stuck up for her recently in a way that I thought was nice. I'm sort of dreading at some point we're gonna have to make a slide about Cardi B, and I'll be honest, I have nothing good to say about that latest song. I don't think it's very good. But I do love Cardi, so that is a bummer. But she stuck up for Tyla, which I thought was nice. But she did it in such a graphic way. She said, every time I scroll down on my TikTok, there's a video of her and people are talking shit, and it's like, God damn, what do you want her to fucking do? Cut her fucking veins? A graphic way to say it, but she's right. And I just like it when the girls, they stick up for the other girls. There was a Lola Young piece from the New York Times recently, written by Joe Coscarelli, who was one of the guys in the Popcast who I like. But he did a whole piece about Lola Young, and I didn't know. I had no insight into her at all, but she has got quite a past. I guess she's been addicted to cocaine. There was a lot of comparisons between her and Amy Winehouse. It's just kind of interesting, so I just thought I would shout that out. And there's a lot of, it also is sort of a weird, here I have a link to it, let me open it. It was weird kind of the way that the whole article was set up. Like, a lot of footage of her. The writing is like in these little kind of sparse little excerpts. It's just sort of interesting, but yeah, it's a good article. Learned a lot about her. So I'm still rooting for Lola Young. And then our big update. So there's a lot that can be said about this. And I'm gonna hold off. First of all, I mean, the last time we talked, it's so silly now. I had talked about the VMAs and how ridiculous it was that she was nominated for Artist of the Year when she hadn't done anything all year. And she still, I mean, she got her master's back, which I guess is like a big thing. But I just thought it was very odd for her to be nominated when she has not released any new music. Did we already talk about Ethel and Lana? No, we did not. We got a little bit for that. We gotta talk about Taylor first. I don't know if MTV knew that she was gonna be releasing a new album. She's not releasing it in the time, like the VMAs are gonna happen before the album comes out anyway, so it still doesn't make any fucking sense. But we had no real clue that she was going to be releasing, or we had no clue that she was going to be announcing an album so soon. The last stream. We knew she might be, there was speculation that she might announce at the VMAs, but she announced instead via her boyfriend's podcast, which is very interesting. I have a lot to say about the podcast episode. Like, I have a lot to say about it. But I'm not going to say anything until the album comes out, because I think that, like, a lot of what I have to say about the podcast relates to what the podcast means for Taylor's celebrity. And since it seems like that is going to be such a huge theme of the album, I think I'm just going to hold off to talk about it like in the context of the album. But I have a lot to say about the podcast. My main thing that I'm going to say right now in terms of this new announcement is, like, holy shit, she's so good. I felt very against the idea of Taylor releasing anything this year. I have felt like she has been too overexposed for too long. I also, as much as I actually did like Tortured Poets Department, I thought that it was very, very, like, mismarketed. She shouldn't have even advertised it as an album. I think she should have just put it out as, like, a playlist, or, like, here's just, like, a collection of songs. Not, like, the idea of it being an album to me makes it seem like it's a more cohesive project than it actually was. It was more of just, like, a data dump of, like, this is my, like, rambling thoughts from what I've experienced over the last, like, year and a half or whatever. Which I still thought was very good. Like, there was a lot of insight into her life in that album, and there's a lot of stuff in there that is interesting to mine, but it wasn't, like, a super cohesive project. It was a little too overwritten. Like, it's too long. Like, song-wise, too many tracks. Also, the songs themselves are a lot of times too long. Just a lack of editing. And so, as much as I appreciated Tortured Poets for what it was, I did still think, like, she needs to do, like, a full artistic reset and come back with something that's maybe a little bit more cohesive, maybe a little bit smaller, a little bit more edited down. And I don't know that she's at a point to do that. I think she should just take a break for a bit and let the, like, hype of this little moment of the Eras Tour and her going to the Super Bowl and putting out Tortured Poets and then putting out Tortured Poets Anthology and also being everywhere all the time. I was like, she needs to just step back. I'm not interested in hearing another Taylor Swift album at this moment. That's how I felt 2 weeks ago. Then the day that she was announcing the album, I was like, first of all, I'm so hyped on all the, like, Easter egg shit. And that's what's so good about her, is that she does just know how to get people engaged. You know, seeing my whole timeline explode with people obsessed with like the countdown on her website and pulling out different Easter eggs. It's like it does just kind of activate like a Swiftie in me. Even though I would say I've never been full Swiftie, I've been Swiftie adjacent. There is something in me, there's just the pop stan in me that wants to like interact when I see people getting excited about like these Easter eggs she's dropping and these hints and these countdowns. I'm like, oh fuck, something's going on. It's an event. It's very exciting. There is something in my brain that gets activated when she does it, and she knows how to do it very well. So that part I was already like, she's got me again. Then I was like, okay, well, I still don't know how I'm going to feel about her releasing a new album. Like, I don't know that I need a new album from her. But hearing the way that she was talking about it in that podcast episode, I was like, I want this album right fucking now. I need it. I need to hear it in this moment. I am so excited for her to release this. And I didn't think that was going to be true at all. Like, she just keeps getting it. She's so good. She's so smart. She's so good at being a pop star. I will say that I think Gaga is like the best pop star of all time, but that has to do with like, you know, artistic qualities. Like there's a lot of stuff in there for me of why I would say that. And even then, that's mostly me just standing. I don't think it's like the most rational part of me that just thinks that Gaga is the greatest pop star of all time. But I think I could rationalize it in a way that kind of made sense. But with Taylor, I think Taylor is... maybe it's a weird distinction to make, but Gaga's the best pop star of all time. Taylor is the best at being a pop star. Like, she's just so good at the mechanics of it. And she's so, like, competitive and smart and skilled in a way that I just can't help but respect. Because I'm like, fuck, she's so smart. How does she keep doing it? So, even though I'm not going to talk about the whole podcast episode right now, I did want to play the clip of her talking about the album. Because I was like, oh, hell yeah, she knew. She knew exactly what everyone needed from her.
We got GS12, baby.
This is my brand new album. It's called The Life of a Showgirl.
Love it.
It was something that I was working on while I was in Europe on the Eras tour.
So while you were on tour,
I was working. I would be on tour.
How on earth did she do this on the tour is still blowing my mind.
I just love it. I just love it a lot. I love music. I would be playing shows. I'd do like 3 shows in a row. I'd have 3 days off. I'd fly to Sweden, go back to the tour, and actually like working on this, I was physically exhausted.
I do have to say, I almost wonder a little bit if she wanted to emphasize I kept going to Sweden. I wonder if maybe that was a little bit of her being like, so all you bitches complaining about my private jet usage. I was making the greatest album of all time. Maybe it's probably not gonna be the greatest of all time, but it's like, there is a part of me that's like, if that's why she was on her private jet so much, I almost kind of forgive her. Even though I don't think it undoes the environmental damage. Not that I never got that upset about the whole thing, but I was like, okay, yeah, she probably should use her private jet less. But there is a part of me that's like, the environment, pop album, I know logically what the right answer there is, but in my heart, I maybe feel a different way.
Exhausted at this point in the tour, but I was so mentally stimulated and so excited to be creating.
Oh,
and
wow.
This is...
And literally living the life of a showgirl.
I was.
While she wrote it.
That's why I called it that. Nailed it. So, do you want to see the back cover?
I would love to see all of it, yes.
Back cover is where we find the 12 tracks for my 12
tracks.
12th
Bangers.
album. So
Okay.
this is, so we got all.
What are they?
So we got track 1, The Fate of Ophelia.
Okay.
Track
Do you
2.
know- Okay, go ahead. I was going
wanna
to say,
talk
do
about-
you know what Fate of Ophelia
you
is?
wanna talk about
keep
Hamlet?
going.
Hamlet?
I don't want to get Jason all riled up.
Yeah.
So we can just go through the
We
track.
can talk
list.
about it
Okay.
later.
Yeah.
Track 2, Elizabeth Taylor.
Okay.
You know who Elizabeth Taylor is?
You better.
I'm just kind of following along.
Okay, all right.
Track 3, Opalite.
Opalite.
Do you know what opalite is, Jason?
Why can we stop asking me? If I
Okay,
know
I'm
things?
done.
Yeah.
I'm done asking Jason things.
He's like, I hate this
I
structure of the
know a
conversation.
lot about this album, and I'm excited.
Okay.
Track 4, father figure.
Father figure. All right.
Track 5, eldest daughter.
Okay.
Track 6, ruin the friendship.
Ooh,
Track 7, actually romantic.
actually romantic.
Track 8,
I wonder who that
wish list with $2 as the S's. Just thought I'd point that out.
we
Grammatical
go.
flourish. Track 9, wood.
would. Nice.
Track 10, canceled, but it's in all caps with an exclamation point at the end.
That's a banger.
Track 11, honey.
Honey.
And can you do drum roll? Last track, track 12, the title track, The Life of a Showgirl, featuring Sabrina Carpenter.
Sabrina Carpenter.
So,
That's awesome.
so that's
Look
that.
at this.
Yeah, and so
That's
then
Showgirl.
we got
That is a showgirl.
we
Yes,
got
it
this
is.
orange vinyl
And it's orange.
here. Yeah, it is, and sparkly.
Entering a new
Look how
era.
sparkly.
It's very nice.
So, what is the significance of the color orange? Why orange?
I've just always liked it, Jason. It really
So it's
feels
not-
like, I don't know.
Okay.
It feels like kind of energetically how my life has felt. And this album is about what was going on behind the scenes in my inner life during this tour, which was so exuberant and electric and vibrant. And, you know, one of the things about this record is like, it's a record I made with, my mentor, Max Martin, and Shellback. And the three of us have made some of my favorite songs that I've ever done before.
Which ones, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, they were my main collaborators on the Red album. We did We Are Never Getting Back Together, I Knew You Were Trouble, 22, Shake It Off, Blank Space, Style, Wildest Dreams.
Oh, hell yes.
You know, ready for it.
So that's the energy we're
Delicate.
going with. Yes, I understand why it's orange now. Okay.
So yeah, we've made songs that I'm so proud of.
There's going to be some fucking bangers. Yes, I'm picking it up.
Dude,
Yeah, it's
I'm
like
telling
that.
you, it's
Yeah,
12.
it's like that. And so basically, we've never actually made an album before where it's just the three of us. There's no other collaborators. It's just the three of us making a focused album where, I mean, it felt like catching lightning in a bottle, honestly.
Yeah.
We hadn't worked together in like 7 or 8 years. And
this feeds.
they're
They're
just
awesome.
there's something about them. These guys, they're just geniuses in different avenues, in different ways. And we kind of, I'm going to put it down.
Oh, sure.
I've just
hold it.
never like this. Today's the first day I've seen it. Do you know what I mean? I'm just like, so Travis is just going to cradle it the whole time.
Don't drop the baby.
I will not drop this baby.
So it's like working with them again was absolutely incredible. And actually, when I was on tour in Stockholm, I had Max Martin come out to the show, and I was talking to him, and I was like, I just feel like we could just knock it out of the park if we went back in and we did this all in Sweden, and it was just us three. Like, I
love, by the way, every time Max Martin works with someone, they always have to go to Sweden. Like, why is he so against coming to someone else's country? I don't know, I just think it's funny. I mean, maybe it's better for their creative process in general because Sweden is not... There's maybe not as much, like, hustle and bustle as there is, like, in Los Angeles or New York or something. So maybe it's just better for everyone's creative process to go there, but it's like, why is... You're just making everyone fly out. Get your ass on a plane, Max.
essentially said to him, I want to be as proud of an album as I am of the Eras tour, and for the same reasons, you know?
Okay.
And he was like, do you understand what kind of pressure that is?
Yeah, I was about to say, that is okay.
I was like, yeah.
Why
like,
would you? Yeah, we can try.
let's
So
go.
your entire
do this.
career, got it. Yeah, we can do that in one album.
Let's do it.
Well,
And
okay.
So it's like, you know, I spent time in the time that we were off doing different projects, and he and Shellback were doing different things, and I was making albums that were a little bit more esoteric, like folklore.
She's so hot when she says these big words.
You know what esoteric
I
means.
know, it's for specific following.
Exactly.
Wait, what?
So he knows what that means. He
What does
pretends he doesn't
esoteric
know what
mean?
these words mean, but he knows what they
Esoteric
mean.
means for a specific following, like a specific genre of people.
He knows what it means.
Okay.
He
I don't know
he
that.
does like a pretty, I don't know what it means thing, but he knows all the words and he knows what they mean.
I don't know
And he may
anything.
not have read Hamlet, but I explained it to him. So he
Okay,
knows what
there we
happened.
go.
Don't tell my middle school English teacher I didn't read Hamlet.
So
Because I definitely was supposed to.
Spark notes.
It's all right. I watched The Lion King.
All right.
see, he knows what Hamlet is.
Wait, Lion King is based off of Hamlet?
Yes.
Jason, your Reddit searches need to be more focused on
We need to
relevant
get. We need to
things.
get.
Okay.
We need your relationship with the internet to be like
All right,
a
come on,
little
talk about
bit
the album.
pure.
Talk about the album.
Don't, I got
not
the
pure.
algorithm. I got the
My
algorithm. I'll
relationship
send
with
you
the
it.
if
I'll
we're
send
talking
it. I'll
about
s-
my relationship with the internet is bad. It is it's about as bad as it can get.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. So I was like,
Esoteric.
I made a few records that were a bit more like specific in their sound or whatever, like Folklore, Evermore. Those were a little bit more like alt folk kind of leaning and just kind of exploring and trying to challenge myself as a writer. And I feel like both Max and Shellback did that too in their own ways going out into the world. And by the time we came back together, I feel like we had so much more dexterity to what we do. And it's almost like we'd all grown up so much. Like Shellback and I were both in our early 20s when we started working together, the three of us. And so it was very much like we were the ingenues and Max was the mentor. And this was the time where it felt like all three of us in the room were carrying the same weight as creators. And
So
it
cool.
was really special. It like meant the world to me to have this creative experience where like we knew that we had to bring the best ideas we've ever had.
Yeah.
And I also know the pressure I'm putting on this record by saying that, but I don't care because I love it that much. And I'm
Confident.
so proud of it. And it just comes from like the most infectiously joyful, wild, dramatic place I was in my life.
Yeah.
And so that effervescence has come through on this record. And like, as you said, bangers.
Bangers.
And we were just like, there's no other songs coming. It's not like with Torture Poets Department, I was like, here's a data dump of everything I've thought.
That's
felt,
exactly
There's a lot of
that's
songs
what
on that
I
album. Yeah.
it was a data dump. And I think even just hearing her acknowledge that makes me think like, okay, she at least knows, you know? And that's what I think she's so good about is that she does take criticism and she does pay attention to what people are saying and adapts. And so the fact that she's able to like acknowledge it as like, yeah, that album was a lot and maybe too much. And now I'm going to scale it back. It's like, she's so good. Just constantly in motion.
2 or 3 years. Here's
Yeah.
31 songs. This is 12. There's not a 13th. There's not a 4th. There's not other ones coming. This is the record I've been wanting to make for a very long time.
I love it. I love this so much. Where do we start? I don't know where to start. You gave us a lot of information.
So that's all I'll play for right now. But I also loved hearing that too of like there's 12 songs, nothing extra, because that's always been the problem with Taylor's work. Like, I guess other than Midnight's, which Midnight's had its own problems. And I actually, just to give him another shout out, I shouted him out last time too. Swiftologist was on Anthony Fantano's channel recently, The Needle Drop. And he was talking about Midnight's and his thoughts about that album, and I thought that was pretty insightful because he is like, you know, I'm Swiftie adjacent. He is like, you know, full-blown Swiftie. I think Fantano had him as like, I interviewed the #1 Swiftie or something. So it was cool to like hear his insight into it because yeah, for a minute, I was trying to wrap my head around what even happened with Midnight's and why Midnight's is so underwhelming. Because every other Taylor album, I think that they're all like, they've all got great songs on them, but then they're all too long. Every album you could cut at least 5 songs, and it'd be a much stronger album. And Tortured Poets, I kind of appreciate the fact that it is just kind of like unwieldy in a way. Like it is almost like a big long rant, and I like that about it. but it is like that problem in spades. And it is very cool to hear her just say, there's only 12 songs, and they are what they are. You love Midnights. Midnights isn't bad. I don't, like, hate it, but I just find it bland. I find it very, it was well received at the moment, as someone said, but looking back, I don't think that that's an album that anyone looks at as, like, a particularly shining example of, like, her discography. Because it just kind of was nothing. Like, there are good songs on there. And I even think that every song has something good about it. But it also just, it felt kind of, timid, in a way. And I think that Swiftologist's explanation for why that maybe was, it makes sense to me. So you can watch his commentary on that for that insight, but I am very excited to hear that it's just 12 songs, just straight up. And the Swifties are not listening, by the way, when she says that. I am seeing so many people trying to find Easter eggs for additional bonus tracks and like a double album and stuff. It's like she said so blatantly, there will be no other songs. It's cool to do the Easter egg thing. It's like fun or whatever, but also you do have to listen to her when she says stuff. When she says stuff where it's like, there's no ambiguity there. There's no extra songs. It's 12 songs. That's it. Now, do I think, as Swiftologist brought up, maybe there'll be some, like, acoustic stuff on some variants. Maybe there'll be some remixes. Maybe there'll be some, like, demo tracks. I think all that is kind of possible, but I don't think there's gonna be any bonus tracks or any double album or anything. Like, it's 12 songs. And I think that was the best thing for her to do, is to edit herself down. And also, as she said, it's just her, Max Martin, and Shellback. So I've never been on the Jack Antonoff hate train, and I'm still not. For the record, I'm still pro Jack Antonoff. But the thing that I'm pro Jack Antonoff about, and what kind of pisses me off about the discourse around Jack, is people get so upset with the amount that he's producing these women's albums. And they're, number one, over exaggerating the amount that his production sounds the same. There are definitely some there are Jack Antonoff calling cards in some of his, in most of his releases as a producer. But he also is very capable of doing different genres and doing different stuff. The reason that his work maybe starts to sound kind of the same across, like, Taylor's work, and maybe some others, seems very simply that that is the work they are asking him to do. Every female pop star who I've seen talk about their work with Jack Antonoff, they have all said the same thing, which is like, I like working with Jack because he listens to me. He, like, does what I want. Like, he is facilitating my vision. He's not adding anything else. He's not, like, changing what I wanted to do. He's just helping facilitate what I was going to do. And so that's something that really annoyed me with a lot of the discourse around Tortured Poets Department, where everyone was trying to blame it on Jack Antonoff if they didn't like the album. They're like, she needs to stop working with Jack Antonoff. That's the reason that these albums suck. And it's like, no. The reason that she's working with Jack Antonoff is because he helped her make the album that she wanted to make. That's literally it. If you don't like the album, you can't blame Jack Antonoff for it. You kind of have to blame Taylor for it. And I don't dislike the album, so I'm not going to blame her for it. But if you do, the onus is on her, and I just think it's like a little bit, it's a little misogynistic to a certain degree, because number one, I have never heard so much backlash against all the other male producers that women have been forced to work with. Like, when Dr. Luke was at his peak and producing for, like, everybody, whether they wanted him to or not, I did not hear the same amount of discourse around, not another Dr. Luke track. But it happens every time. Anytime Jack Antonoff is on any pop girl song, we get another, not another Jack Antonoff song. And it feels at that point where it's like the thing you're upset about is the choices these women are making. Because all of these women are choosing to work with Jack. None of these women are being forced by their label to work with Jack. Unlike all these other producers who were making music that sounded the same. Dr. Luke, very limited in his skills as a producer. Let's be fucking honest. You listen to the early 2010s, mid 2010s, you could pick out a Dr. Luke song pretty fucking easy. They all sound kind of similar. So a lot of the criticisms against Jack Antonoff seem to be rooted in the fact that people are upset that these women keep choosing to work with him. It has nothing to do really with the final outcome of the product itself. The other thing, too, is that when you're blaming Jack Antonoff on the songs you don't like, keeping in mind the fact that the reason these women are working with him is because he does what they want him to do, it's like you're just giving him way too much credit. Even if you're criticizing him, like, the idea that he's the make or break behind what a Taylor Swift album sounds like is just a little bit belittling to Taylor Swift. It sounds like that because that's what she wanted him to do. He's not the problem. I don't know. It just feels like trying to shift credit for the music off of the actual artist. Even though that is clearly what Jack's role in, like, the music industry is. His role as a producer is to facilitate the artist, which is not what every producer does. I don't think that's what Max Martin really does. Max Martin is someone who has more of like a stamp, and that's why people go to him. At the same time, I do understand why people were getting frustrated with the amount that she was working with Jack, because to that point, since Jack is so good at facilitating someone's already existing vision, I don't think that for these last few albums that Taylor was really challenging herself as an artist. And I think especially when you look at the history of Taylor Swift's career, a lot of it was like every new album was a new challenge for her, you know? There was a new kind of shtick around, like, people are saying that I'm relying on my co-writers, so I'm going to make an album where there are no co-writers. I am the only writer. People, you know, I'm getting kind of pigeonholed in like this country thing. I'm going to make a full pivot to pop. And then after that, she did, you know, a little bit more like electro or a little bit more, and then obviously folklore was like a huge departure. And then after folklore, it kind of leveled out. And I do get the frustration with that of like, she keeps working with the same producers and keeps doing the same stuff. And it's easy to blame the producers, but it also is just a part of Taylor choosing to work with the same people over and over again because she's choosing to not challenge herself. And so I do understand that frustration. Hearing that she is now not working with Jack Antonoff, as much as I do like him, I think that is a very good sign because it means that she is trying to progress her artistry again in a way that she maybe hasn't in a minute. So, I'm excited. I'm excited about the album. I think it sounds fucking incredible, just from the way that she's describing it and like the motivation that I think she has to make something that is a new challenge for her. It's gonna be good. That being said, this album cover's a bit of a mess. I don't think it's her worst at all. But I don't think it's great. I think it looks honestly okay. Like when they're holding it in the podcast, and when I see it like on billboards and stuff, or I see it like on a TV screen that's kind of far away, or I see small versions of it, I don't think it looks that bad. It's when I look at it close up. It's when I have it like on my laptop, on my lap, or on my phone in front of my face, and I like really look at it where I'm like, ugh. I think the concept of it is cool. I heard her explanation for it in the podcast. I get it. I think that's fine. I don't even hate the, I see someone wrote, I'm confused by the spacing. I don't hate the spacing. I think it's like, it's supposed to be kind of like jagged and like splintered. I get it. Maybe it's a little bit inspired by the Mayhem artwork. I don't know. Just putting that out there. One thing I do hate about the title of it all is I hate that they put Showgirl over top of this photo of her leg, because it makes it a little bit harder for the word to like stand out with the color. And it's a little just frustrating because it's so unnecessary, because you didn't need to put that chopped up photo of her leg right there. You could have just put that somewhere else, or just not had it there. So that was kind of a choice. My biggest thing with the photo is that I just feel like there had to have been a better shot in the photo shoot. Like, this feels like an outtake to me. Specifically, the facial expression she's making. The eyes, I need her to like do a little bit more. I need her to do like a Tyra Banks smize. I need her to smile with the eyes. I need her to narrow them a little bit. And then the way that there's kind of just an awkwardness with how the water is coming around her face. Like, it's just, it looks like in between better shots is all. I just think that there must have been better shots within this photo set. The other thing that's a little bit, that just kind of makes it a little worse, where it's like, okay, I would take the photo and be like, okay, that's a weird shot to use. I would take that and just get over it. The thing that makes it extra frustrating is the fact that every other photo that has been released from this album shoot, from the album artwork, whether it's other variants or just other photos within the universe of this album, all of them are better. And I get that this one has like a particular meaning of like, it's supposed to be her at the end of the show where she's getting in the bath or whatever. I understand. However, I think the back cover looks a little better. Like, that's kind of, I don't know. I like that a little more. Like, especially the facial expression. Like, that is the face that I want. That's top model. That gets you the cover girl photo shoot at the end of the season, the cycle. I like this one too. It's also kind of, this one I feel like thematically also just works, you know, her with a martini glass, looking kind of awkward, like bent over. I think that one's much better. This photo I just do love. I don't know that it's an album cover specifically, but I do just like that photo. And then there also are other album, so there have already been so many variants. At first, there were just the CD variants, or there were like 2, I think, vinyl variants, but the cover wasn't different. It was just like a different actual vinyl. Then there were a few different CD covers, which I was like, oh, do I want to pay money to get a CD? And they were limited edition, so they're like already gone. I don't know if she's going to put them back for sale, but I kind of really like the CD covers. And the thing is that even though I don't really buy CDs anymore, I only buy vinyls, I do kind of think that these work as CD covers. There's something about them where I'm like, yeah, that makes sense as a CD cover. So I almost bought one of them, but then they got sold out too fast. And I was like, okay, good. At least I don't have that temptation. Then there was this one. This is the one that people are saying kind of looks like Hilary Duff's With Love wig. But then the one that I almost did buy, this one was it for me. This one to me also, again, this looks like a CD cover. I don't know what it is about it, but I'm like, I just feel like I should own that as a CD. I don't know that I'm that interested in owning it as a vinyl. I want that as a CD. But it's gone. But I do love it. And it's so I've never seen this much skin from her, even though it's mostly like these are nylons. It's not even really totally her skin, and that's definitely like that's a pasty cover too. But like a little bit of underboob. Never seen such things from Miss Taylor. That is very exciting. Oh, I love it. I love that she's kind of in her hoe era. Oh, she looks so good. That's my favorite still. Then there have also been 2 more vinyl variants. I really don't know how I feel about the, as much as I was tolerant of the spacing and the title in the actual vinyl, or the actual like main album cover, I don't know how I feel in this one specifically. This feels a little awkward and weird. But this would be the first, I believe, cover of Taylor Swift's that features other people, which is kind of crazy. But these are also both pretty good. This one to me feels more like a back cover though. But this one is good. Now, in terms of the amount of variants, I have mixed feelings. On one hand, I think the amount of people that hand-wring about the variants, the thing for me is just that they're just extra. You don't have to buy a variant. You can still listen to the album. Yeah, there are sometimes different bonus tracks and stuff that go with different variants, but you don't need that. It's just such a bonus. Most of them end up going to streaming anyway, and even if they don't go directly to streaming, you can find a rip of them on the internet somewhere. So it's never been that big of a deal to me that she's putting out all these like, I don't like the framing of it that some people give, that she's scamming her fans, because that to me feels just so stupid. Because it's like, the fans know that they don't have to buy it. Yeah, maybe they feel pressured to buy it as like a diehard Swiftie. Maybe if they're like a completionist that wants every different version. Yeah, I guess she's putting pressure on them to get these other variants, but at the end of the day, they are just extra. You don't have to buy a variant to listen to the album. You don't have to buy the album at all to listen to the album. We're in a streaming era of music where pretty much all music is free. So I don't think it's that big of a deal that she keeps doing these variants in terms of her scamming her fans. Because I also just think that that's a part of like stan culture too, is people just like having physical collectibles. And it's just a fun thing that people do, that they like collecting these albums, and it's a way that people use to interact with it. And so I don't know. I think that it's I think what I don't like about the scamming argument is just the way that it almost kind of, it's like just condescending to the fans, I guess. It makes the fans seem like they're dumber than they are, like they don't know that they don't need that many variants. If you're buying that many variants, you're doing it because you just wanted them. You just wanted those collectibles. No one forced your hand. You can listen to the album just the same. And it's just, it seems very condescending. It feels very like we're assuming that Taylor Swift fans are dumb and she's tricking them. And I don't think that that's the case. I do think there's an argument to be had about the amount of just like the amount of production that it takes, like, you know, damage to the environment and stuff, how much, and I don't know enough about that really, in terms of how much any of that contributes to like bigger environmental issues. I think even in that instance, there are just other things to be worried about, you know? there are bigger fish to fry in that arena, but I can see that argument more of like, it's wasteful. But then also it's like, I don't know. It's a similar thing to me with the idea of her scamming her fans in terms of the amount of, you can criticize Taylor, I guess, for being greedy or whatever. But even then it's like, okay, well, what is she being greedy about? She's finding ways to make more money from her music. Whereas like there's other people out there, other millionaires, other billionaires who are greedy in a way where they are compromising people's access to healthcare, you know? Like, in terms of the millionaires we should be mad at, I don't think Taylor Swift getting more money from her variants is really like, I don't think that should be that high up on our list of priorities. I would rather her be withholding bonus tracks from fans who don't buy variants than healthcare CEOs withholding healthcare from people. You know? Same thing we were talking earlier about the housing shit and the amount of homeless people there are in the world. Like, so many landlords are making money off of withholding housing from people. Okay, Taylor Swift has a variant with a fucking bonus track, bonus demo that you can only get if you buy this one version of the album. Who cares in the grand scheme of things? It's maybe something to like do a little side eye about, but do we need to have all this discourse about it? No. Let's think about our priorities a little bit. Oh shit, I actually didn't mean to go. Because I have a different criticism of the variants. Unrelated to all that. Unrelated to the ethics of it. But I want to play these girls' TikToks, because I saw this on Twitter and I was like, oh, this is my big issue with the variants.
Least favorite developments in the modern music industry is the rise of alternate album covers. I'm sure there are a lot of examples of this, but the most prominent ones that I can think of are Ariana Grande, Sabrina Carpenter, and Taylor Swift. I think besides the conversation that can be had around like greed and waste and capitalism and all that stuff, I also think that it dilutes the artistry of picking a fucking album cover
because
itself.
It's supposed to be a statement. You're supposed to, like, this is what people have been doing for decades and decades and decades, is trying to encapsulate the entire body of work with one single image. And we should stick to that because it's a hard thing to do. And if you're in touch with your artistry, then you should have a pretty clear indication of what you want to say visually, and you should allow that to stand on its own.
Ariana Grande releasing 6 album covers for Eternal Sunshine, and none of them felt cohesive to each other. One of them is like this weird teen bop collage of her doing all of these poses. It's like the hear no evil, see no evil, her on the couch. And then you're just sort of like lost in the sauce of like, what is the statement you're making? And it's one of the situations where it's like, just because you can doesn't mean you should. In this climate of shrinking attention spans, we are like giving less and less to hold on to.
Well, and I'm literally asking myself, Taylor Swift released all of these things, and I'm like, which one is the cover? I don't even know.
Right. Imagine if Madonna or Michael Jackson offered up 6 album covers for their albums, then like how do we then create iconic album covers out of that? How does something then become memorable? How does something then become recognizable and indicative of an era and a sound? With Sabrina Carpenter's upcoming album, I do think she's robbing herself of an iconic moment by not standing 10 toes down on the controversial, this man is walking me like a dog with my hair as the leash. It's one thing to release an alternate cover for the deluxe version or something, but she's releasing 4 very, very different photographs that are making me feel like I don't know how to step into the world of Man's Best Friend because I don't know what it looks or feels like. And that to me is discombobulating when I'm trying to like consume one single artist statement. Her Short and Sweet album, that image is so distinct and singular, you didn't even get any other photographs from that shoot. And I think it becomes like a more memorable album cycle because of it.
Charlie XCX, like when she released the Brat cover, it was like, well, this looks like ass. This is the ugliest thing I've ever seen. It was disruptive because all the photos that she had released before she announced what the cover was going to be were really cool. So then you felt a little bit robbed of like a cool visual moment, but she committed to that Brat cover forever.
Just stick to one and let us sit with it.
See, I agree with that. And I see people in the chat saying, who cares? For me, it's not like a huge deal, but it is just a part of a general trend of artists not committing to a singular vision. And it is a little bit... It's a little frustrating because it's like, I do want to get into the world of the album, and there should be a statement image attached to it. Instead of there being so many fucking versions that aren't even, like, if it were just a photo shoot and it's like, oh, these are all the photos that are in, like, the photo booklet, that's cute, I love that. But I want you to commit to a photo so that I can have, like, a context of this is the vibe of the album. You know? And like they said, like, iconic album covers from the past, it feels like you're diluting your art when you can't just commit to one photo. And I say that too as like, I didn't really love the Mayhem album cover. I just thought it was kind of boring. So like the vinyl that I have is a variant. And so I'm someone who bought a variant because I liked that album cover better, but I'm like, I don't know that I want that power. I don't want it to be a choose your own adventure. I want the artist to have a statement and for them to be committed to that statement and have me just fucking deal with it. Like they were bringing up with Charlie, and like Charlie had like the one album cover and everyone hated it. And she was like, well, fuck you, that's the album cover. Like, yeah, that was a commitment. And then that shaped the whole, like the fact that the color green became so synonymous with that album, that wouldn't have happened if she had released all these different variants with these different photos, because there wouldn't have been as much of a commitment to it. But, you know, that's just an issue of like, in general, I think artists are just kind of not committing to an idea, period. And it's just one symptom of it. And I think there's a place for it too. Like, I even kind of didn't hate the Midnight's variants because they made the clock. Because I'm like, at least that has a conceit behind it. I think there is the extra criticism there that you can put, though, of like, well, then you have to buy all 4 vinyls to have the complete clock. But I'm like, well, at least then it's like, there's a thing. There's a thing attached to it. There's an idea there. But I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. I find the variant stuff kind of like marketing from a place of fear. That's exactly like my issue with it. Is like, you're just not committed to your album. That you have to give everyone alternatives of like, oh, okay, well, if you didn't like that one, don't worry, there's some other photos of me that are kind of similar but different, and you can have one of those instead. It's like, no, just make me buy the album that you want. Pick the image that you liked and make me deal with it. Make me deal with it. But that's also, I think almost maybe why I find it a little bit annoying is that like that's what the variance is, kind of what you're encouraged to do as a YouTuber. You know, like so many people change their thumbnails constantly to see which one gets the most clicks. And there's even features within YouTube now where you can upload up to 3 different thumbnails and it'll cycle through them and see which one gets the most clicks, and then that'll be your thumbnail. And that's fine for like YouTubers, especially like, you know, just like commentary YouTubers who are just, you know, we're just making videos and then just putting them out. That's one thing. But when you're doing like a full artistic statement, if it's like like the video I'm working on, that I've been working on for over a year and will continue to work on for so fucking long, because I have to like I have to film so fucking much. It's like really dawning on me the amount of time it's gonna take just to fucking film it, let alone edit it, and then, whatever. I've been working on it for so long and I care about it, and I have had that thumbnail for, I want to say since December of last year. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't want to hype it up too much. It's my best thumbnail. And I can't imagine having a different thumbnail than that one, because I'm like, but that's the video. And that is like, I wouldn't care if I did A/B testing and a different thumbnail did better in the algorithm. It's like, but I've worked on this video for so fucking long. The idea of it having a different thumbnail that I don't think represents the video as well, even if it does better in the algorithm, that is just kind of antithetical to what I'm doing with that video. You know, but that is like, that's a video that I consider to be a little bit more like artistic than some other stuff that I put out, where I don't fucking, like, I've been doing A/B testing over on my Medusini Deluxe Edition channel for a minute, because it's just kind of fun to see like, oh, what thumbnail do the people like more? And it's always surprising. Like, I'm gonna be honest, people have bad taste. People pick the thumbnails where I'm like, that's not the best thumbnail. You guys are fucking wrong. I don't know why you clicked on that one. But yeah, it's like that stuff that I'm putting on like the Medusini Deluxe Edition stuff. It's just shit that's like, I obviously care about the videos and I care about what I'm saying in them, but they're not like, I don't consider those art. And the stuff that I work on that I do consider to be more like artistic, like I would say the Desperate Housewives video, that's a video where as soon as I made that thumbnail, I'm like, there is no other cover. There's no other thumbnail for the Desperate Housewives video. And I tried to make others because I wanted to do the A/B testing thing just to like test it out. But I would make other thumbnails and I was like, no, they're not as good. This is the thumbnail. And that being a video that I worked on for a really long time, it's like, well, I want that video to have the thumbnail that it has, because that's what I think represents the work. And I don't care if anything else would be more popular. And I just think that, like, if that's the standard that I have for my own YouTube videos, not all of them, obviously. And I don't want to, like, shit on other YouTubers who do, like, the A/B testing and stuff, because I do it for some of my videos. And I think that's fine. But for other videos that I consider to be a little bit more artistic and a little bit more expressive, I can't imagine not committing to like an idea for it. And when I see pop stars doing like an A/B testing thing with their own album covers, it feels like you're not committing. It feels like you are just trying to please an algorithm. Or you're just trying to make money, and like there's a part of me that almost wonders if the fact that the album cover, the actual album cover, is not as good as all the variants. Part of me wonders if she's just trying to sell more albums that way and like sell more variants, because obviously the second that she announced an album, everyone got into the pre-sale line to buy that version, whereas the variants, even though they looked better, it's like, okay, well, all those people already bought that first version, and now if they like these other album covers better, they're gonna buy additional albums. And so there you could say that she's scamming people, even though, again, people are still choosing to buy the variants for their own, like, display purposes. But that, it just feels a little cheap to me of like, did you pick the least good cover so that people would buy the variants? Because then it does dilute the artistry a little bit, where you're willing to make the official album cover not as good for the sake of having these other versions. I don't know. That's just my big issue with it. It just feels cheap. It feels artistically cheap. But that's our Taylor Swift update. That took so fucking long. Holy shit. Oh, and we have so much more to talk about. Oh my god. Oh, but then also, Pinterest shares that search for bold orange glitter looks have jumped 8,276%. That's crazy. But here's our new officially eligible for the bracket, Carly Rae Jepsen. I'm counting this. If I'm counting Taylor Swift getting her master's back, if I was already willing to count that as Taylor being eligible for the bracket, the fact that Carly is releasing a reissue of Emotion for her 10-year anniversary of the album with new songs on it, of course that fucking counts. Of course it does. We love Carly Rae Jepsen. We're excited to have her on the bracket. She couldn't be on last year either. I'm very excited about that. I also, she did a concert, like a one-night only concert, and something that I found interesting about it and that other people also found interesting about it is that if you look into the crowd, not a woman in sight. Not a one. That's a sea of dudes. Oh, wait, maybe, I think there's a woman right there. There's one. Okay, there's a couple. But it is a lot of dudes, and it's a lot of baseball caps. And this is kind of, this has come up a few times. This came up primarily in my Carly Rae Jepsen video. That was, you know, about, like, Max Landis's weird-ass essay about Emotion and also her entire discography. The relationship that heterosexual men have to Carly Rae Jepsen
came back to life
is very interesting. I, in the video, referred to it as the bronification of Carly Rae Jepsen, and I think that still holds up. And I also was reminded of it, additionally, separate of those videos of all those men in that crowd. I was watching this Hive Mind video with Quadeca. If you don't know, Hive Mind, they're a channel, they're like a music... They make content about music, but they do like different like game kind of things. They're fun. I talked about them recently in a members only stream because they kind of got, I was gonna say involved. They didn't get involved in a scandal. They like they were sort of involved. They didn't do anything wrong. In fact, they came out of it looking pretty good. Very good. But by comparison, you know, because the bar for men is in hell. Someone else did something very bad and then was upset that these two didn't fuck with him after that. And, like, suicidally upset, apparently. Allegedly. So that was the whole thing. I talked about them in that stream. So it is kind of funny that they're coming back up again. But I watch them. They're nice people, it seems. They're funny. I like the content. I also, oh yeah, hey, look, Medusa is streaming. What happens when you click your own stream? We get like an echo, I think. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, okay, so they made, actually, I don't think, I mentioned this in the member stream. I don't think I've ever said this in the, like, actually during a Pop Girlie News stream. They are kind of the reason that I did the Pop Girlie bracket in the first place. Because I was looking for something last year at the end of the year when I was, like, streaming a little bit. I was like, I want to do something to celebrate just, like, the pop music of 2024. And I was trying to think of, like, what can we do that's, like, interactive, that people will get involved with. And I was trying to come up with different ideas. I was like, maybe we could do like a tier list of pop stars or something. And then as I was thinking about it, I was looking at YouTube, and then they had, because they do a lot of bracket stuff, and they had made some bracket video about something. And I was like, oh, a bracket. That's perfect. And then people can vote. and then we can all like pick the best pop girly together. So this entire thing, the Pop Girly News, the Pop Girly bracket, you do kind of have to thank Hive Mind for that one if you've enjoyed it. They're kind of like the godfathers of the Pop Girly bracket, sort of. You know, maybe I would have come to that realization without their videos, because it's not like they're the only people that do brackets, but they did happen to be the channel that inspired it, and they're nice people, so we're pro Hive Mind. And they also they're located in Detroit, so I could come over. Like, it wouldn't be a big deal. But I do think we have somewhat different audiences. Even though I think their audience is probably pretty nice, I get the feeling that it's mostly made up of heterosexual men. Particularly, I don't know, so they did kind of piss off their own fans a little bit. I don't think it was that serious, but they made a video on one of their second channels about Scott Pilgrim. They have a series on that one called How Did It Age, where they talk about like movies from days past, and then they talk about how they aged. And they did one on Scott Pilgrim versus the World recently, and they did not like that movie, and I have a lot of problems with that movie as well. Maybe slightly different ones than what they have, but like somewhat aligned. But their comment section, holy shit. I don't think I saw like one comment agreeing with them. Their entire comment section was so upset, and I wondered, I'm like, is everyone that precious about Scott Pilgrim versus the World? Or is it just because they have most likely like a predominantly heterosexual male audience that they like identify with Scott more, maybe? Because like the movie is pretty misogynistic. And I don't even say that, like, you can enjoy it. I think that's fine. I think it is a well-made movie. And I do think that some of their, particularly some of Graydon's criticisms, I was like, okay, all right. But in terms of the amount of people that were like so offended by their takes and were like, they missed the point of the movie, I was like, what is the point of the movie? It's a movie where the antagonist is the main character's new girlfriend's sexual history. You know, like, and it's presented in the movie as like, oh, they're just these bad ex partners or whatever, but it's also like built into the mythology of the movie that the only reason they're like her evil exes is because they were her exes. And it's like every ex, like even people she dated or kissed in high school, those are part of her evil exes because of their association with her. Like it's very weird. There's something very kind of like puritanical about that thinking of like, yeah, body count the movie. That is, yeah, it is fully that. It's like she touched a person once and now they're bad. It's weird. And it's like, what is the real life allegory of that, truly? You know? There are different, like Spider-Man, obviously that's a made up world, that's a made up thing, but there's themes that you can take from Spider-Man about, you know, with great power comes great responsibility, that whole thing. There's aspects of that story that like relate to people's real lives that you can take as like a metaphor for something. And it's like, what's the metaphor of Scott Pilgrim versus the World? Your ex kissed someone once and that's gross and you should like assert your dominance over them. It's very weird. And it's just also, I saw someone, I said something about it on Twitter, and then someone was trying to argue with me about it, and they're like, well, it's actually about him like saving her from like abusive exes or something. And it's like, well, first of all, again, it's her entire sexual history, and it is absolutely stated in the story that the reason they're evil is because she dated them, which, if that's a metaphor for abuse, that is an incredibly, like, victim-shaming metaphor. But then also, on top of that, one of the main issues I have with it is that Ramona's actual experiences with all those exes doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that she dated them, and now they're Scott's enemy. And even when he's, like, fighting them, she's just a fully passive character on the sidelines. She kind of beats up the girl for a minute, but then even then, Scott has to deal the final blow. And she's so passive in the movie, like, her personhood doesn't really matter that much. When you think about the story, it's kind of a gross movie. It is. And that's okay. You can still like it. It's a well-made movie. It's very well edited. I wrote a whole paper on it in college in a video editing class about how well edited the movie is. And it's well cast. It's like, and it has some funny moments. Like, it's a good movie in terms of the filmmaking. But the story in it, yeah, it's gross and weird. And I was just kind of shocked by the amount of people that were offended by them not liking it. And I just wondered if that was an outcome of their audience. And looking at my own chat right now, I feel like it does seem to be the case, because you guys don't seem as precious about it. Yeah, Scott Pilgrim is like the Joker movie to art boys. I liked it, but it's really weird that people are still on about that movie. I watch it and it's fine, not the greatest. Every het man loves Scott Pilgrim, me included. That's okay. You can still like it. And I find it entertaining. I find it engaging. I don't like the Scott Pilgrim movie as a former Manic Pixie Dream Girl. It's really well made, but oof. It's interesting that you identify as a former Manic Pixie Dream Girl. OMG, Scott Pilgrim is so weird. I love that movie, but yeah, there's a lot of things that didn't age well at all. Someone just says, I don't know what that is. That's really funny. God, I'm still upset that my fucking chat's not on the screen. I kind of got over it earlier in the stream, but now I'm back at it where I'm like, yeah, it'd be fucking cool if all these messages were on the fucking screen right now. Ugh. That movie triggers me because I was on the yearbook staff and being groomed by a 23-year-old when that movie came out. Yeah. Ugh, sorry about that. Scott dating a minor alone is so uncomfortable. That was kind of like their main thing, is they focused more on him dating a 17-year-old thing, which I think is like fair to bring up, obviously. But I do think where people are maybe saying that they missed the point or something, or they didn't get the point, is the fact that, like, yeah, I guess technically the movie is like shaming Scott for that because every other character thinks it's like kind of gross. But even then, it's like they think it's gross in a way where it's like, well, oh well. So it still doesn't treat the severity of it very high, but okay, it's like a cartoonish comic book movie. Fine, whatever. But even then, even if you excuse the dating a 17-year-old thing, and you're like, okay, well, let's accept that as just, that's something that Scott has to grow from, you know? It's maybe a little bit better than in, like, Pineapple Express or something because it's so cartoonish and comic booky. But even if you get past that part, it's like, well, the entire structure of the story is still very weird. And it also, like, the teenageness contributes to the larger problem of the story, too. Because it's like, well, why did Scott date the high school girl? Is it maybe because he likes the fact that she doesn't have a past? Because she's a child? And now he's with a new girl and he has to reckon with the fact that she has a past, but the way that he reckons with it isn't even to, like, do internal work and figure out why that bothers him. Because it's written in the movie that they are his enemies, that they are attacking him. So it's like he has to defeat them by asserting physical dominance over them. So it's like, well, what's the fucking message there? He got over his weird relationship with the child, started dating an adult, but then in order to date the adult, he had to assert dominance over her entire past. Still weird. Still weird. Anyway. So yeah, I do think you guys don't seem as upset that people might criticize Scott Pilgrim as their audience did, which is maybe a little telling. But anyway, I bring it up. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on an entire rant about Scott Pilgrim, but I could. But I bring it up because they have presumably a dominantly heterosexual male fan base. And I don't even think, not as dominantly as some other people in their like sphere maybe too. There's definitely other people who make content about like music and stuff that are more, I think they probably at least have a fair amount of like queer people in their audience and a fair amount of women too. I don't think that their analytics are like as starkly male, but probably still a majority. And that really came out with this bracket because they sourced their audience for it. They had their patrons and their YouTube members, which I actually am, I'm on their YouTube members. Like I do subscribe to their members, but I didn't see this, so I couldn't contribute. I couldn't save the bracket. It was good. It was like a good bracket, and it's a good video. It's cute. It's fun. And there are some good songs on it. But some of the choices that these people were making, oh my God. One Britney Spears song, the whole bracket, and you know exactly which one it was. We all know exactly. It's the one that straight people will validate as a good song. One Britney Spears song, at least 3 Justin Timberlake songs. And I said in the last stream, I said, whatever I feel about Justin Timberlake as a person, I will give him credit for like, he has made some bops. Some absolute bops and bangers. Some of that I will allow. Like, Rock Your Body was on here. I will allow Rock Your Body. Rock Your Body is, yeah, people are guessing Toxic. Someone said Toxic or Britney Spears or Baby One More Time. It's Toxic. It's always Toxic. Baby One More Time would have been, because this is the 21st century, so Baby would have been technically 20th century, because that came out in 98. But no Oops, I Did It Again, no Slave for You, no Gimme More. Interesting. Rock Your Body from Justin Timberlake, I'll allow. To put Sexy back on the bracket and then not put Gimme More? That's crazy. And then the other song was Mirrors. Who gives a fuck about Mirrors? It's like an okay song, but best pop songs of the 21st century? I don't know about that. But anyway, I bring it up because while this like presumably dominantly heterosexual male audience made some questionable choices with this bracket, and they did a lot of Magdalena Bay, which is cool. Like I like them too, but it is just it's a very kind of like, it's like a pitchfork brained bracket. The top 2 songs that these people voted for was Runaway With Me and Call Me Maybe by Rae Jepsen. And it was just such a reminder of like, yeah, straight men fuck with Rae Jepsen. They fuck with her so heavy. Was Bad Romance on the bracket? Yes, it was. There were a few Gaga songs, so I'll give them that. But I just can't get over. It's the best pop songs of the 21st century, and there was absolutely no representation of one of the best pop albums of the 21st century, which is Blackout. No Blackout songs at all. Pardon? And then it actually inspired me. I had started making a playlist. I was like, we're gonna do a Britney Spears bracket. And I got like a playlist of 64 Britney Spears songs. And then I got a little bit too wrapped up in the sequencing of the playlist, which doesn't matter at all. But I was like, ooh, we got to put like the Blackout songs next to the circus songs. I got a little distracted. But I was like, I just don't even think we could really do it in this format. The pop girly bracket is one thing. I think the thing with the Britney Spears bracket would be that the way that they do it, they just do it with each other. And at that point, you can trust your other like co-hosts or whatever to listen to the playlist. Whereas I feel like with us doing a live stream and you guys voting, it's like, I can't trust all those people to listen to the entire playlist, and that is going to, Toxic is just going to win our playlist too. Or our bracket too. Because it's going to be so, like, singles leaning. And I think that there's so much more to Britney than that. But it would be cute. It'd be a cute idea. But I don't know that it's doable. Anyway, I did want to just play a clip of them talking about Carly Rae Jepsen, because I was like, God, it is... What hold does she have over them?
Life in my head listening to this bracket, but Call Me Maybe is a better song.
I will go with Call Me Maybe as well.
I will also go with Call Me Maybe.
Thank you, boys.
Thanks for being here.
Thanks for being boys.
American Boy versus Time to Pretend.
Boy.
Yeah, Time to Pretend is awesome.
Wait, why did it... Fuck, it started so late. Why did it go to the next one? I thought I had the right time step. I apologize.
The two co-hosts.
Yeah.
And I'm right here with the front seat view.
See?
No.
Honestly, it's great.
And it's a long video, so it's hard to get the times.
Easily be a Final Four matchup.
The two co-hosts.
Yeah.
And I'm right here with the front seat view.
Whatever, we'll just let it play for a minute.
Front row seat.
Front row
I'm sorry, you
seat
have to
to the
listen
view
to
of those
streaming.
Fucking guys.
But
man.
they're nice. They're
Fucking
the
guys.
nice ones. They're the good ones.
Watching these guys
Type
fuck
shit,
all
type
the
shit.
time, man.
Call Me Maybe versus Teenage Dream.
Ooh, that's a good matchup.
It is. This could easily be a Final Four matchup. Teenage Dream it came back to life in my head listening to this bracket, but Call Me Maybe is a better song.
I will go with Call Me Maybe as well.
I will also go with Call Me
Fuck.
Maybe.
Thank you, boys.
What? No, this is way too late in the bracket. They talk about it earlier, I think. Shit. How did my timestamps get so fucked up? Whatever. They were talking about it. Oh, right here. How did it get that far off? I'm sorry. I'm so unprofessional. I have no chat on the screen, which that's Streamlabs' problem. That's not me. And my
Side, we've
timestamps
got
are
Call Me
fucked.
Maybe by Carly Rae Jepsen versus Party Rock Anthem by LMFAO.
Why are we starting both the brackets like with Carly?
They're like two of the highest. They are the two highest.
They
aren't
are the two highest, I think.
Wow, everybody loves them.
Yeah.
Yay. I like this one a lot. It's a classic.
It's
And it was so
good.
overplayed. I probably heard the song so many times, too many, and it's still good.
We have friends that we grew up with, Graydon and I, who are twins, and they were both obsessed with like pitchfork indie music. Same time I was. This song came out, and we listened to this song 20 times in a row.
Wow.
And it's all they wanted to hear. They were obsessed with it to the point where I thought it was a joke.
They are like insane people. Though,
Yeah,
so.
they are pretty insane. At the same time, like, I then grew an appreciation for it and an obsession for it. And then, like, through time, I go back and listen to it. I'm like, it's a perfect pop song.
It's pretty perfect.
And the music video I watched for the first time today, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's a great video.
They're, like, in the garage singing the song. And then her friends are, like, wingmanning her like, bandmates. And they, like, push her out to, like...
Then he explains the whole... That's how you know that they're straight dudes, is that he has to explain the Call Me Maybe music video to them. I'm like, I just feel like everyone I know just already knows. But, and he said did he say that he watched it for the first time the other day? It is also so interesting too how much I do think that music videos in particular are kind of like a feminine art form in a way. Like, I think that female pop stars obviously make better music videos most of the time anyway, which is why some of those nominations for male artists at this year's VMAs were so fucking atrocious. But also I think that women maybe watch more music videos, because it's crazy to me to think that you're watching Call Me Maybe for the first time, but is that what he said?
They are like insane people. Though,
Yeah,
so.
they are pretty insane. At the same time, like, I then grew an appreciation for it and an obsession for it. And then, like, through time, I go back and listen to it. I'm like, it's a perfect pop song.
It's pretty perfect.
And the music video I watched for the first time today. But
Oh, he said the first time that day. That's crazy. Boys are so weird. They're so weird. But anyway, I played it because I do think that that is kind of the way that he says it, that he had friends who were like Pitchfork music bros or whatever, kind of snobby, and then they got obsessed with Call Me Maybe, and then he thought it was like a joke or whatever for a minute. That is like what I'm saying about the bronification of Carly Rae Jepsen. I think that really is what the phenomenon boils down to, of like, there's something about Call Me Maybe that is kind of similar to My Little Pony a little bit, where it's so kind of bright and almost like glittery and girly in a way that if you're looking for something to stand like ironically, it is kind of the perfect thing for that, because it's so just like, hey, I just met you and this is crazy. Like it's so like sugary pop. Same thing with My Little Pony, you know, it's like literally glittery and bright pink, bright blue, bright purple, hearts everywhere, hearts on their asses, which I always thought was weird, but I was never a My Little Pony girl. Sorry to anyone in the chat. People, a whole bunch of men started liking it ironically, and then when they were watching it ironically, they were like, wait a minute, this is actually kind of good. And then they started to attribute that goodness with that show to a degree that was like maybe fair. I've never watched My Little Pony, so I don't know. I saw someone, because I said something in my Max Landis video where I was like, it is also just like a normal good show. And I did have someone be like, it is more than just a normal good show. It's blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, I just find it hard to believe that it's as good as some of you are making it out to be. I think it's probably just normal good. It's just normal good, as plenty of media properties aimed at women and girls often is. People just find it more surprising, I guess, when they discover that something aimed at women and girls is good. And that, I think, is kind of what happened with My Little Pony. People got into it, ironically, realized it was good, and then got so excited by that, especially because it does kind of allow you, I think, I guess I can't speak for the experiences of men, but I think that maybe the phenomenon is partially that is a safe way for them to celebrate parts of themselves that maybe could get classified as more like feminine, because it's so pink and whatever, and it's like they can embrace that part of themselves by doing it through this one TV show or this one artist. And that's fine, as long as that's like a thing that they're kind of opening themselves up with. Like, as I brought up in the Max Landis video, which most comments on that video are very positive or whatever, but there is a faction of heterosexual men that got very offended by my use of the word infiltrate, because I said that straight men are infiltrating the Carly Rae Jepsen stand-up, and I said that kind of tongue-in-cheek. But they got so offended by it. They're like, well, you think that men aren't allowed to be fans of Carly Rae Jepsen? It's like, that's so clearly not what I said. Because I even in that video talked about the two hosts of Switched on Pop, the podcast. They have a very popular podcast where they break down pop music. They analyze it in different ways. One is like a musicologist. One is, I don't know, something else. They're like a good podcast. They're cute. And they have talked about before that their entry into appreciating pop music was Call Me Maybe by Carly Rae Jepsen. They heard that song, they loved it, and that got them to start thinking about pop music as something that was worth taking seriously. And I think that's great. I welcome any man who, like, if your entry point to pop music is Carly Rae Jepsen, love it. Absolutely love it. But there's those two avenues that you can go with that. You can go the avenue of the Switched on Pop men and say, oh, I never really took pop music seriously until I heard this song, and that got me, my appreciation of that song led to my appreciation of all these other songs. Or you can go the Max Landis route, where you decide that your appreciation of that song or that artist, of Carly Rae Jepsen, that is so unique within the pop universe that no one is making songs like Carly Rae Jepsen, and no one totally is, because she's her own artist and she has her own thing and she has things that she's good at that other people aren't as good at, and also the opposite. Like, there's things that Carly Rae Jepsen can't do that other people can. She is one very talented artist within the larger pop sphere, but she's not like so uniquely good that your appreciation of Carly Rae Jepsen needs to be separated from a larger appreciation of pop music, because she does just make good pop music. And if you like Carly Rae Jepsen, there's probably a lot of other artists you will also like. But you can go that route with Max, and you can even take it the further step that Max takes, where he then also decides that no one likes Carly Rae Jepsen the amount that he does, or no one understands her the amount that she does, which is why he called his whole fucking thing, I was about to say a document no one else should read, but that's the title of my video. What did he call it? A scar no one else can see. And that's sort of the problem. That's what I mean when I say that straight men have infiltrated the Carly Rae Jepsen standum. And it's the same way that they infiltrated the Brony standum, the My Little Pony standum, the Bronies. There's a whole lot of men, and it's not all of them. There's plenty of them that like are totally nice and lovely and appreciate it to like a totally normal amount. But there's a lot of people in the Brony community that get into the community and then gatekeep young girls who the show was actually fucking made for. And that's what's so frustrating about straight men taking up these like feminine interests, because so many of them just have this desire to like to gatekeep and to decide that they like it in this special way that's so different from the way that women like it. And I don't know, it's fine, because obviously most of the men in that crowd from that Carly show are not doing what Max Landis is doing. Most of them are just like having fun and loving it, and I love that. But the more and more that I see like just men fawning over Carly Rae Jepsen, there is a small part of me that's like, don't get any fucking ideas though. Don't think that you like her any more than other people do. And for any man who's upset that I said that, and upset that I have used the word infiltrate, maybe you should just fucking think about what your fellow men are doing to make me think that way. If all of you could just be fucking normal, we wouldn't have this conversation. Just be normal. Anyway. She also... This, I didn't know, because I don't know when this is happening. So I was already... If she hadn't released that Emotion thing, or any other standard music, I was debating if this comes out. I was like, how does this count towards the bracket? Like, does this make her eligible? I think it would, right? I don't know. She's apparently working on a Broadway musical based off of 10 Things I Hate About You with Lena Dunham, which will be interesting, I guess. I don't really know anything. I don't follow Broadway stuff. And I generally am skeptical of musical remakes of movies that were not musicals, obviously with the exception of Hairspray, which is a masterpiece. White savior movie. And this is what I can say too to all the people who are so upset about the criticisms towards Scott Pilgrim. You can like problematic media. Hairspray is one of my favorite movies of all time. That movie is very problematic. That is like, it is all the white savior tropes in it. Also some of the behind the scenes stuff, and the fact that like it's supposedly a movie about racism, and then the star of the movie has like kind of committed a racist hate crime. Allegedly. But that's okay, you can like problematic media. But in general, I don't think musical adaptations of things that weren't already musicals are usually very good. But if Carly Rae is doing the music, maybe it will be. Maybe everything will be fine. Another update. This one is kind of a bummer. Yeah, okay, let's talk about Lil Nas X. So, first of all, the good things here is that he has released quite a bit of music this year, at least like 4 or 5 songs. They all have visualizers. There also is like a full music video for this song Hotbox. It's very good. It's very cute. It has a very cohesive aesthetic. It's good. It's just good music. Hotbox especially, I really loved that song. It was so good. Earlier this year, this was in April. This is one of our first not so good things, but not like terribly bad. He appeared to be suffering from Bell's palsy. He took this video. He couldn't move about half of his face.
I smile. This is me doing a full smile right now, by the way. It's like, what the fuck? Bro, I can't even laugh right, bro. What the fuck? Oh my God. So... oh my God, bro.
So that was kind of scary, but from my understanding, I guess I don't know that much about Bell's palsy, but I think from my understanding, it usually does go away after a certain period of time. And it's not, it isn't like a chronic thing. So that's something that theoretically could be resolved fairly. I think it maybe sometimes takes a couple months, but after that, I from my understanding, it does go away and it doesn't necessarily come back. I don't know enough about it, so I really don't know. And I don't know if someone's asking what causes it. I have no idea. Absolutely none. It might just be like a genetics thing. I don't know. But that was kind of... It's just a bummer, but it seemed like, okay, well, he'll probably be fine. He then, in June, did drop out of a festival, the WeHo Pride Festival, for ongoing medical issues. They were somewhat vague, but there was kind of an indication that it was maybe related to the Bell's palsy thing in April, but no one really knew for sure. They put out a statement that was like, he has to take care of his health right now, so unfortunately he can't perform. Then he was hospitalized recently. There's some videos of him. I'm not going to play any of the videos, but there are some videos of him in his underwear in Los Angeles, walking down the street. A few of them taken by, I think, a few different people, but primarily one person. He's walking down the street. He keeps saying something about, I have to go to a party. He appears to be possibly on drugs or in some sort of manic phase, but not to like a super severe degree. Like, I don't want to play the video because it seems really disrespectful. But I do think, like, if you watch the video, you'll kind of understand what I mean. Like, there were the reports that he had overdosed, and when I saw the videos, I thought, that doesn't totally look like someone who's, like, in an overdose. But that also, like, that could have been earlier that night. He seemed on drugs, but not to a... I've seen a lot of people on drugs, and especially people who were like overdosed or like near overdose. So I have a certain idea of what an overdose person looks like, which maybe is not totally accurate because maybe those are just like people overdosing on different drugs. Whereas this almost seemed more of like a party drug in a way, which obviously you can overdose on, but like I'm more used to seeing people like on heroin. So, and he didn't look like he was on heroin. It's what I can say. He didn't look like he was on heroin. So, there's that. But when this video came out, a lot of people immediately started accusing him of doing a PR stunt. To some degree, I can understand that because of the video itself, because he doesn't seem like he doesn't seem like he's on heroin. I can say that. It doesn't seem like it's a super immediate medical emergency, I guess, is what I'll say, from the video itself. It seems like he's maybe at risk of making very bad decisions, but not at risk of, like, overdosing and having medical complications from that overdose. But that's literally just me looking at it from my own experience of what I've seen of other people on drugs, and again, mostly heroin. So I can kind of get why people were a little bit suspicious. And then also the fact that he keeps saying in the video, I'm going to the party. I can kind of see how people could get the idea of he's doing promo, like maybe he has a song coming out called Party. Like, I get how people could kind of come to that conclusion if they only saw the video. The problem is, the videos didn't come out on their own. The videos were released by TMZ in reports that specifically say that he had been handcuffed and hospitalized after these videos were taken, sometime later that night. So, like, there's no way for you to think, I'm not going to say no way, maybe if someone saw the videos fully divorced from the context of he's been hospitalized, it's like, you don't get hospitalized for a PR stunt. There's no hospital that will admit you for a PR stunt. And TMZ, you can be like, oh, maybe TMZ was wrong about him being hospitalized. Maybe they were lying. TMZ does collude with teams sometimes to do promo. That's for sure. They're not going to lie and say that he was hospitalized when he wasn't. They're just not going to do that because they do kind of have a reputation for reporting on celebrity stuff that they're not going to jeopardize by saying that, oh, hi, Allie. They're not going to jeopardize the amount of credibility, the little amount of credibility. Well, they do. TMZ has a lot of sources. And that's what I'll say, is that if TMZ is saying that he was hospitalized, he was hospitalized. Because TMZ wouldn't make that up for a PR stunt, no matter how much they liked the person that they were helping do PR for, no matter how much they were giving them info about whatever else. Because that's usually what happens, is like, you give us more information about different stuff happening in your life, we get exclusives, we'll write some flattering stuff about you. They're not going to do that with a hospitalization. They're not going to lie about that. And TMZ also, they know when celebrities get admitted to hospitals. It's TMZ. It's the 30-mile zone. Anything within that 30-mile zone of Los Angeles, they know. They have so many informants in so many different places around Los Angeles. And it's fucked up because the hospital is like the one place where you should be safe to not have your privacy violated, but they absolutely have informants in the hospital. They have informants in the courthouse. They have informants in the police department. Anything like that goes through the police department, that goes through courts, or that goes through a hospital, TMZ knows about it. So if TMZ is reporting that he got hospitalized, he got hospitalized. And no one's getting hospitalized for a fucking PR stunt. And that's where I'm like, Adam McIntyre, this is literally the first tweet that I saw about this. This is how I learned that Lil Nas X had been hospitalized, was by seeing Adam McIntyre calling it a PR stunt. And that doesn't make any sense. Again, if he had only seen the video, that would have been one thing, but he's quote tweeting something that specifically says he was handcuffed and hospitalized. Like, what the fuck? Obviously he was hospitalized. What do you mean? And here's the thing too. Even if this turned out to be a total fucking hoax, which there's no way it is, because not only he was hospitalized, he was released from the hospital, he is now in jail. He is in jail and he will not be released until Monday. That's the report that's come out from other outlets, by the way, not just TMZ at this point. Other outlets have gotten confirmation that he is now in jail because he apparently attacked an officer, which, you know, boo, it's fine. He apparently attacked an officer. They handcuffed him. They put him in jail. He won't be released till Monday. It's not a PR stunt. It's very real. And even if it was, even if the whole thing was a hoax and somehow Lil Nas X's team, which he does not have that powerful of a team, if he had that powerful of a team, those other singles wouldn't have flopped from earlier this year. No one was talking about them. No one was really paying attention to his career, which is why people are saying that now he needs to do this PR stunt. But if he had a team powerful enough to pull off this kind of a hoax, he would have had a team powerful enough to market those singles better. So that doesn't make any sense. Even if it all turned out to be a hoax, wait for that information to come out. Because what I see right here, and I hate to do this, but also, like, it has to be said, this is a white man accusing a black man of faking a mental health crisis for attention. That's not a great look. And it's not just Adam doing it. I pulled up his tweet because his was the first one that I saw. A lot of people are accusing Lil Nas X of lying, and considering the stigma that is placed onto black men in particular when it comes to mental health crises and the ability for them to even receive treatment for those crises. For black people, period, and black women also are very, very affected by the medical field's overlooking of their genuine health concerns, and that is a lethal problem. That is a problem black people face in general, and black men in particular, when it comes to mental health, they are not taken seriously. So, like, even if it was all a hoax, don't participate in conversations accusing black men of lying about these things. It doesn't even make sense to me because it's like, okay, yeah, you can do this whole thing of like, well, he has a history of doing PR stunts. He doesn't have a history of this. He does not have a history of faking a mental health crisis. Are you kidding me? What did he do? He did like a weird, not weird, it was pretty cool actually. I liked the Nike shoes that he did. Like he did that Nike thing that got him some controversy, and it's like, you can call that a PR stunt. He did some other shit, you know, he's like purposefully inflammatory towards like super religious people. There are things that you could classify Lil Nas X as having done that could qualify as a PR stunt. But none of them are on this scale. This is not something that I really think it's fair to put on Lil Nas X. This is something that he would be willing to do. I don't think that there is enough of a history of him doing anything similar to this for that to be a fair call out. That's just crazy to me. Like, what are you even talking about? And also, the other reason that I did want to kind of highlight Adam's tweet is there's also just something else too, and this is really maybe not my place to say as a woman, but I can't help but notice that a lot of the people calling Lil Nas X's hospitalization a PR stunt, it's a lot of gay men. And I just have to say, as an outsider watching this, gay men have got to be fucking nicer to each other. Holy shit. They're so mean to each other all the time. I've seen so many people try to talk about like Bowen Yang and his, I don't remember what the co-host is, the La Culturistas co-host. They're like always downplaying the amount of talent that they have. And I think that there's something about like the lack of representation of queer people in mainstream media that does just make queer people targets, not just for hatred from non-queer people, but also I think that there's like a bitterness that a lot of other queer people have toward them, because it's like, oh, well, number one, there's maybe just some jealousy of like, that should be me. Like, because there's, you know, there's an amount of discrimination that you feel as a queer person where, you know, you kind of feel the unfairness toward you a lot. And so when a queer person, another queer person rises up, it maybe sort of triggers those feelings of unfairness. So then when you see another queer person succeeding, you're like, oh, fuck, that should have been me. But then also too, when queer people are like really prominent public figures, they become a representative for the entire community, and no one person can represent an entire community like that. Like, that's just not a fair burden to put on people, but it's something that brings extra scrutiny to them because it's like they're supposed to represent absolutely everyone within this larger umbrella. And I think that Lil Nas X has really kind of been a victim of that in a lot of ways, where it was very cool for a minute, the amount of publicity and the amount of success he was receiving as a Black queer man, especially in the public eye. But then to that point, because he's like the only really prominent Black queer man, there's just so many people that have an issue with him because of that. Not just homophobic people, not just racist people, but also people within his own communities that don't feel like he should be the one, you know? And this is just what I think is such a bummer about Lil Nas X's entire, like, his career trajectory up to this point, is that it felt like there was a minute where he was really succeeding, and it was a minute in which we as a culture were so much more, I mean, it was just, it was like the era of like rainbow capitalism, right? Where a lot of people were willing to like uphold queerness to a certain extent, but in a maybe kind of superficial way, just almost to give themselves like a pat on the back of how inclusive they were. And Lil Nas X was kind of tokenized in that way for a second. Even though he was making I don't want to say he was tokenized in that he didn't deserve to be there. He did. He was very talented. And he was doing things that like we have not seen a male pop star do in a very, very long time. In terms of his commitment to like the spectacle of pop music. So he absolutely deserved to be at the place that he was at. But part of that did definitely come with like and then he'll be our gay person, you know? And now that we're out of the rainbow capitalist era, and it is really kind of a bad time for the entire queer community, for people of color, for women, for everyone who's not like a hetero, white, cis man. Now that we're in the second Trump administration, where the move to a conservative culture has been so stark and so frightening, it is it is so much harder for someone like Lil Nas X to succeed. And that sucks. Because he's not making any worse music than he ever did. Like, the music is just as good. The quality is still there. He is still just as talented. He is still just as, like, charismatic as a person. He's just not someone that the culture wants to reward at the moment. If he can't be upheld as, like, here's our gay person, because we don't want any gay people in mainstream culture anymore. We don't want that representation anymore. Not we, obviously. But, you know, the Trump's America. Now he can't have the career that he should have had. And people do try to justify it and be like, his J. Christ video was a flop and that fucked his entire career. Like, yeah, and I do agree. I do think the J. Christ video was a mistake. Not because it was, like, offensive or anything. I just don't think it was, like, different enough from what he was already doing. But it's like, one single doesn't destroy a career like that. Other people could have made a similar misstep in their marketing and then rebounded, especially with the quality of work he then put out. There is just kind of no explanation to me for why Lil Nas X is not doing as well as he was like 2 years ago or 3 years ago, other than racism and homophobia. Like, that is really just kind of it to me. He should not be where he currently is, given his talent and given his dedication to what he does. And he also seems like a very nice person too. I pulled this clip because what makes me so sad about it and is like seeing the amount of shit that gay men are giving him, and also seeing him talk previously about the lack of support he's really felt from, like, the Black community too, especially, like, particularly Black men. It makes me just so sad because I'm like, to be so successful and to still feel so alienated from so many people, it's so upsetting. And so I want to play this clip where he was talking about not getting nominated for the BET Awards, because it just made me so sad. And I think that he also handles it so well with, like, an amount of grace that I don't think he owed anybody.
You tweeted, thank you, BET Awards, an outstanding 0 nominations again, Black excellence. What was this like? Talk us through it.
Jesus. Well, honestly, I'll be honest. I think I crashed out a bit right there. I think genuinely,
like,
I should.
That makes me sad too, is him describing it as a crash out. It's like, no, you were right though. You deserved those nominations, and you should say it.
Just been grateful for all the shit that was already happening in my life, and, like, let that pass through. But it was like a moment of, I'm sick of this. You know what I mean?
100%.
I guess because it's like, you know, we all say, like, oh, I don't need to be accepted by everybody, but no, I do want to, like, be accepted, especially, like, within, like, my own community, you know. Yeah. So after, like, going there and performing a song, like, for the first time, like, that was the first place I performed, like, Call Me by Your Name, you know, and I don't know, I thought, like, it would give me, like, at least some kind of, like, leverage where they, like, showed me some love. So it definitely, like, hurt a bit, and, you know, I'm usually like, ha ha ha, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
But yeah, and that made me, like, say something about it. So yeah.
I mean, if I were in your shoes, I probably would say crazier shit. Like, I don't know, having that, like, pressure on you, what that would feel like, and then to feel not like snubbed, but in, like you said, like, that's your community, you performed, and you're, like, actually having some of the biggest hits. I could see that's a valid crash out.
Yeah, it's definitely like, I don't regret it, but it's like, where I am right now, I wouldn't do it. I'd just be like, you know what, it is what it is.
Yeah.
I'm not dead. It's not going to kill me. There's more opportunities elsewhere. Go where you're loved. You know what I mean?
Well, you tweeted, thanks.
It just made me sad. But he has such a good attitude about it, though. And he is like, he really does just seem like a nice person too. I remember at one point I was actually trying to find it earlier today, but I couldn't. And I do kind of just blame Google being shit now on that. But do you guys know there's this one YouTuber who does a lot of covers and they're kind of cringy, but she'll do like, it'll be like what this Post Malone song would sound like if Britney Spears made it or something. I forget what her name is. And I tried to look it up earlier and I just couldn't even find it. I was like, even typing that in, I'm like, well, one of her videos will come up, right? And then no. But she does a lot of videos like that. She did one of a Lil Nas X song. I don't remember which one. But everyone was clowning on her for it because it was kind of cringe. And I do think that there's maybe some, like, valid reason for people to feel a little bit put off. Yes, Ali Spagnola. That's it. I do think there's reason for people to feel a little put off by it because whenever white people do covers of black people's music, they always, it's never good. And so I think that there's like a bit of like just an eye roll from her doing it at all. But it also is like, she does it with everybody. That's like her thing, is she does these covers and she changes the genre and changes stuff. I mean, I get why people would be annoyed by it when she starts doing it with, like, you know, whenever people do, like, a rap song and try to make it, like, all folksy or something, it's annoying. It is annoying. So I get why people had that response, but people were being so extra on how they were criticizing her. And I remember him tweeting about it and, like, defending her and saying, like, you guys are being really mean. I thought that her cover was nice and I enjoyed it, and I don't know why you're acting like this. And I thought that was so nice of him to like stick up for her and tell like his own fans to knock it off. And it just makes me really sad, the amount of grace that people will not give him, to the point that like he's fucking hospitalized and we have people calling him a liar. I don't think that that is fair at all. I feel really awful for him. I hope that he's doing well. I hope the cop he attacked is not. I don't even know what happened. There's no footage of that, but I'm on his side instinctively. Yeah, this is just like a gross thing to tweet. I know, again, it was not just him. It was a lot of people. That was like one of the dominant responses that I saw to his hospitalization, were people accusing him of doing it for a stunt. But we wish you well, Lil Nas X. And your new songs were very good, and I hope you know that. Anyway, let's get to our main event. So, I was going to put this in the updates for a second because I felt like, because we've already, I know, yeah, the fact that Adam's tweet is still up to, I know, I took that screenshot yesterday and I saw the tweet longer ago than yesterday, but whatever, we'll move on. I had like, when I first put Ethel, I think Ethel was like on the first stream that we did for the Pop Girlie News. When I first put her on as like a contender if she could be a nominee, I actually felt a little bit like, I don't know about it, because she wasn't super mainstream. She was getting a little bit of attention from like Fox News people, and she had also put out her Perverts album project thing. I don't know if it technically is considered like an album, but like a project. And that was kind of, that wasn't like a pop album. I knew she was coming out with more music later in the year, but I was like, I don't know. I don't know if Ethel Cain is Pop Girlie nominee material, but I wanted to put it out there, you know? It's like, well, we're just discussing people. We're discussing who we should put as a nominee, and I think she's at least enough a part of the conversation to have that discussion. After this, though, I was like, oh, Ethel is fucking on the bracket. She has... I'm gonna say that I am definitely more on Ethel's side here than I am on Lana's, but I have to say thank you, Lana, for like really propelling her. You secured her slot. She's absolutely like a main pop girly now, at least in terms of our bracket. She's in the nominations. She is included. But we have not yet introduced Lana to the bracket, so we have to do that. So let's go through her year. She was at the Met Gala. I wanted to point this out just because I think like the amount of like 1 foot in different areas that Lana has is very interesting, where she is still like a Met Gala girly. She is still an A-list celebrity, A-list pop star, going to these big fancy events in designer clothes. At the same time, she is still married to that alligator man. And it is what it is. I don't know anything about this man really. I know some stuff that I find a little not great, but in terms of how he treats her, if they're a good guy, I don't know. But I do just think it's interesting because the entire like lifestyle that she has as the wife of the alligator man. If you don't know, she married a man who runs a swamp tour in Florida, and that's how they met. She just took this swamp tour in Florida, and then a bit later they like started dating. And it was reported that they were dating, and then she at first denied it, that they were dating. But people were like, no, you're definitely dating. And then I still remember, like, the day that she got married, the day of her wedding, it was like I was on Lana watch, because TMZ had reported earlier in the day that she had gotten a marriage license. And when you get a marriage license, you only have, like, I think 48 to 72 hours to use it. So it was like Lana Del Rey is getting married soon. Probably today. And I was like, there's no fucking way. I was still in denial. I was like, how? She's getting what? But I kept every once in a while I'd open my phone and be like, okay, what's happening? And then suddenly there were photos of a fucking wedding at the fucking swamp dock. They had the wedding at the dock. I still can't really wrap my mind around it, and it happened last year. But she's now just making content with her life with the swamp boat man. She does look real cute though. She's got such a good nose. I'm gonna take a photo of her nose to a plastic surgeon whenever I have money. I can't play, she has like music over this, but I can't play it because it's, copyrighted. That's a cute photo. And she's just like living her life in Florida. And also going to the Met Gala. This is her, like, I don't even know what's happening in this video. She's like trying to catch an alligator? There's no sound on it because she has the music over it, so I can't even hear what they're saying. I don't know how you catch an alligator. I don't know if she was doing a good job, or she definitely didn't seem to catch it, I don't think. I don't know. Because it might have been a baby alligator. I don't know. I have no idea. It's just very interesting. Because this also, like, the thing too is that it's not her, it's not like this is not the background that she comes from. She has like a fairly wealthy family. She did live in a trailer park for a bit, which was her choice. She tries to hype it up as like, I lived in a trailer park, I wasn't rich. It's like, no, but it was like your choice to live in a trailer park, so it's like kind of different. But she's not from Florida. This is not like her. I don't. It still is just very strange. It's very strange. And I hope she's happy. But it is strange. What do I have here? Sometimes I write in my notes and I'm like, what the fuck did I mean by that? Oh, okay. I see what I mean by that. I just wrote house screen. I was like, what the fuck? What is a house screen? I get it now. Let's go back to the slides for a second, though. Oh, this is another thing. So the whole thing with the alligator man, he had posted something kind of like transphobic or something on Facebook, and also something that was like kind of pro-Trump, but then someone like texted him about it, like they DM'd him about it or said something about it, and then he DM'd them. I'm not really sure. It was just like a fan of Lana Del Rey's, and he responded to them and said, just letting you know, I do not have nothing against gays or trans people. The photo I put up was of a man that went into a woman's bathroom, not a trans. I did say that's what would happen if he went into the bathroom with my daughter. Sorry if everyone took it that way, but that's not what it was about. I really don't care about what people think, but I'm just letting you know. Look up the picture and tell me if that looked like a trans to you. Then you might see it differently, thanks. On one hand, I'm like, okay, I guess he's making an effort to not be transphobic, but to say a trans is so funny. And also, like, I saw the original post, it definitely was kind of transphobic. Like, I did. No, it was. But whatever. And then they wrote, okay, but what about the Trump post? And he said, I think they're all hypocrites in a way, so I don't vote either way, just my opinion. And again, I still think he's very Trumpy, but I guess I'm glad he doesn't vote, so I suppose what harm's he doing? But, okay. I don't know. But this has always just been, since their entire relationship, this has kind of been a thorn in the side of Lana Del Rey's stands of like, this guy definitely has posted some very weird stuff on Facebook. And I also, I come from a very rural Midwestern town, and people I know post stuff like that on Facebook, and some of them still, I would say, are like, they have very good qualities. Some of them, like, they're gross. Their political opinions are fucking gross. But it also, I do understand having compassion still and like having some love for them, because it's like you see the amount of exposure people get to different ideas and the amount of fear-mongering that they are fed. So there are a lot of people I know from my hometown who I think are not like hateful people to their core, but who have adopted hateful ideas because of the media that they have consumed and because of the environments that they grow up in. So I don't totally want to be like, this guy's a total piece of shit. I think he could just be like a dumbass who has piece of shit ideas, but who maybe like, who has the ability to grow and change. I don't know. At the same time, I'm like, okay, but still, while I can say that for a lot of the people that I grew up with, where I'm like, okay, I don't think these are all like hateful to their core people, I also wouldn't marry any of them. You know what I mean? Like, there's a level of tolerance that you do have to have such an intimate relationship with someone where you marry them, that you kind of have to tolerate them having kind of hateful beliefs. And that's where I'm just, I don't know. It's like, what does it say about her if... But I don't know. I don't know how much that comes up in their conversations. I don't know. That's my answer. I don't know. That being said, Lana did post this. I don't really even know what it was on. I just saw this. And she said, yes, of course, we pray for Palestine every day. I wish for peace between all nations and am constantly up on all the news between the Israel-Palestine conflict. I was very hopeful then when we were getting close to a peace treaty, and that was my greatest wish as I've watched the news unfold from afar. It's always difficult to watch any innocent victims killed by crimes of war. There is never a good way of wording things that will make all people happy, but that is my personal truth. Politically, I do keep up and have been very much hoping for ceasefire. This is an ongoing conflict and one I've studied harder to understand. It's heartbreaking and unfathomable to think there hasn't been a way to find some resolution. It's a topic of conversation in many of my daily conversations, and we're constantly considering what we can do to contribute in all situations like this. I always have been. And you know, this is not a perfect statement. I don't agree with everything in this statement in terms of I disagree with any classification of what's happening in Palestine as a war. I think that to call it anything other than a genocide is just incorrect. A war implies that this is like somewhat of an equal fight between two parties, and it is just not. It is a genocide. That being said, I do think this statement is really... It's better than a lot of statements a lot of celebrities have made. Like, the thing that I will point out about it, that I do appreciate about it, is that it does seem like she is centering Palestinian suffering here. I mean, she opens it by saying, we pray for Palestine every day. She doesn't say we pray for Palestine and Israel. She does say some stuff about, you know, I want treaty between both sides or whatever. And she also has performed in Israel before, so this is not her first time kind of having this sort of centrist, I perform for everyone thing. But still, to emphasize that, like, we are concerned about Palestinian suffering, it is something. It really is something. It's definitely, it's better than... It's better than a lot of people have done. I'll just say that. It's better than a lot of people have done. Including... we all know that I fucking love Lady Gaga. Lady Gaga has not said anything. At all. There was a thing that got put up on one of her shows from, like, there's a fan thing where you can write stuff and then they'll put it up before the show starts. There was something that said Free Palestine there, which I'm assuming someone on her team had to approve to put up on the screen. But Gaga herself has not said anything. So I do think Lana can get some credit there, that she is at least willing to acknowledge it, at least willing to talk about it, and talk about and to center Palestine to some extent, and to say that she prays for a ceasefire and not add any sort of addendum to that. You know, it is something. And I also, you know, when she says we pray for Palestine every day, that gives me some amount of hope that, like, her relationship is not just one where she is just listening to, like, some Trumpy MAGA person rant all day, that maybe their political conversations are not as informed as maybe some of our political conversations, but also that they are trying to have conversations that are led by some amount of empathy and compassion for other people, which, you know, not a very MAGA thing. So, yeah, I don't know. It was something. That's it. It's something. And also, like, it is very, it's not a PR statement, is kind of the thing that I think is the most sort of respectable thing about it. You know, it is definitely something that feels like a personal statement from her, which I do appreciate. And that's something that is nice about Lana's entire platform, even if she is a very, very messy person. It is very clear that she is running her social media accounts. It is very clear that when she's making a statement that it's coming from her. And when it comes to celebrities of her stature, that's not always the case. Now, on the more negative side, she is on She was on tour. I think it's done now. Yeah, last date was in July. The tour wasn't getting rave reviews. Now, a lot of the social media reaction was more negative than a lot of, like, I read some critic reviews that were much more positive. So I don't think that the consensus is completely that it was a bad tour. But there was definitely a fair amount of chatter on social media about it. But also, as you can see here, the tour is not that, it wasn't that long. Like, she didn't do that many shows. So even just the data set of, like, the people reviewing the shows, the people going to the shows, is pretty limited. It didn't come to the States at all. She did do some festival things in the States, I believe. And maybe even not. I'm not even 100% sure on that. But she didn't bring this tour to America whatsoever. So it's like no one I knew went to the shows. There aren't a whole lot of, like, American critics or fans who I've seen talking about the shows. So, like, I think that even my understanding of how bad the shows were is just, it's just based on too limited of data for me to totally say. However, some of the footage I've seen, not looking great. So let's go back to our house screen. This is a screen of her singing a song through this window in this house, which I do think the set is actually very cool. Like, it looks cool. But I guess that goes on for an entire song. This recording of her singing in this little tiny window in this house in a stadium. This is a stadium show, and one of the performances is just a recording of her in this little tiny window in this house. Ugh. That's kind of rough. There's also a lot of complaints about the set list. I guess I've heard different things, from it was an hour and 20 minutes to it was an hour long, the entire performance, which for a stadium show is not really the vibe. There is kind of an expectation that it's going to be, you know, like a 2-hour show most of the time for most pop stars. So that is an incredibly short performance, especially if it was only 1 hour long. And it also, as people said, it's the same set list for the past 3 years. That has been a recurring thing for Lana. She really does not mix up her set list very much. No fan favorites sung. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that she just doesn't perform anymore where I'm like, I just don't get it, because those are some of your best songs. I don't know. Hiding behind a wall for 20 plus minutes, I don't fully even know what that means. But I guess she's off stage for quite a lot of the show. I don't know if what they mean by hiding behind a wall, if she's off stage and they're talking about the screen, or if she's actually, like, singing off, like, behind a wall. I have no idea. 3 songs in full playback, so that would be one of the ones that I just showed with the house. I don't know if all the ones in playback are like that, but that is an example. 15-minute interlude. Ended with Country Roads. That's kind of interesting. Performed just singles, 1 hour, 20 minutes. 0 effort, bare minimum. So, yeah, the reviews from a lot of fans aren't great. You know what I think really the problem is? And this is kind of the problem with the Coachella performance too. Lana is someone who, as a performer, I think does very well in small, intimate shows, like a theater show, like an amphitheater or something. Something that's more intimate, that also is more specifically focused on, like, the sound design and stuff too, where her voice, I think, just kind of often sounds better. But the problem is, she's so famous and her music is so popular that if she's scheduling a tour, you just kind of can't do theaters anymore. You have to do like an arena or a stadium because of the amount of demand. And I don't think that she does well there. Like that set with the house, with the window screen, I think that actually would have been kind of cute in like a small theater where everyone could see it, you know? But in a stadium, it just doesn't really work. And it's the same thing with the Coachella performance, where if Lana's going to perform at Coachella, she maybe doesn't have the performance skills to be a headliner. But if Lana's performing at Coachella, she's too famous to not be a headliner. So what are you going to do? I don't know. And she just, I don't know. I've never really gotten the vibe that she enjoys performing that much. I think there was a sweet spot in her career where she did. Where again, she was in like smaller venues and she was doing fairly well. And then she graduated to like bigger venues. And then I feel like a lot of the nervousness came back. And I just don't think that she enjoys it enough to necessarily even need to be doing these tours at all. Like, you just don't need to. You're Lana Del Rey. It's fine. You can stay home, stay in Florida with your swamp boat captain. It's okay. Put out the fucking album, how about? The album that you've been talking about and teasing for, what, 2 years? And the only songs we've heard from it are the songs that you've performed live. We haven't even heard the studio versions. Just put out the album. Finish the album. Don't go on tour. Finish the album. But whatever. It's her life. Then we get to the main event here. Oh, wait. Actually, oh shit. Sorry. Let me go back 1 second. Because this, too, I think this is also almost somewhat related to the main event here. So Lana did then respond to a bad review of the show by just commenting on the, like, post from the Irish Times News. Oh, I think this is the wrong take on the angle for the story. First of all, as a sentence, what does that mean? Second of all, you don't need to be commenting on critics' stories. Like, I get it. I get you want to defend yourself or whatever, but also, they're a critic and they have to do their job. And if they didn't like the show and they thought it could be better, okay, that's kind of what being a pop star is having to deal with people not liking your stuff sometimes. Lana has always been very, very defensive when it comes to criticism of her, even when the criticism is valid. Like, there was one time, I don't remember who the writer was. I do know them because they're actually like a pretty big writer and a good writer. But there was one time where they described her music as like half-baked or something. They described one song. Like, they said this song feels like a little half-baked. Even in the context of the criticism they were making, it was like, it wasn't even that negative or that bad. And then Lana like ranted about it on her Twitter and made like a whole thing about it. And it was just so unnecessary because the piece in general was actually like a pretty glowing review of her album. It was a positive review that she was upset about because of some of the wording that the author used. And then that writer talked about that she was like getting swarmed by Lana Del Rey fans for like months to years. And I just don't get it. I mean, maybe I kind of do. I don't know. I think it would be very hard to be a celebrity of her stature and have people writing negative stuff about you all the time. But it's like, if you don't like it and if you can't deal with the criticism, just don't interact with it. You didn't need to read the review. You didn't need to read it. And then you didn't need to comment on it. But Lana really doesn't like it when people don't like her. So that leads us to the big fight. I put up this tweet just because I thought it was funny. Lana Del Rey and Ethel Cain are fighting, so I blocked Gracie Abrams. No comment, but I understand. So here's what happened. First, we have the song snippet. So I'm gonna play it, and I feel like it shouldn't get copyright claimed. It shouldn't be copyright claimed because the song's not out yet, right? So maybe I'll get copyright claimed retroactively once the album comes out, if the album ever comes out. But at the moment, I think I'm safe. So I'm just gonna play it. Okay, I'm gonna start it over too, and I'm gonna like zoom in. You have to see her facial expressions while she looks low-key evil. Like, she looks kind of unhinged. That's insane. Okay, so if you didn't catch this, let me just find. So the song is apparently called All About Ethel, which there actually had been, someone had like said this prior, and I don't know if anyone believed them at the time, but someone did say like Lana's gonna release a song called All About Ethel. It's based on the movie All About Eve, which if you've never seen it, it's about a woman who becomes like obsessed with this like famous woman named Eve. It's been a minute. I think I watched it on TCM like a long time ago. I really don't remember it. But she gets into this woman's life and then she like tries to replace her. So the idea here is that Ethel is trying to replace Lana, even though I don't know that really makes sense because I'm pretty sure Eve might be the one getting replaced. I don't remember. I would have to rewatch it. And maybe I will. Maybe I will rewatch it specifically because of this. I remember I only watched it at the time because Marilyn Monroe was in it, but she doesn't have a very big part. Anyway, the lyrics are, Ethel Cain hated my Instagram post, thinks it's cute reenacting my Chicago pose, hard to roll in slow motion, hard to say no to caution? I've seen other people say that it's like caution. I don't know. Other people also thought that it was that both words here were post, and they were like, why is she rhyming post with post? I think it's, oh, okay, Eve is trying to replace Margot Channing. Okay. Thank you. So she's not rhyming post with post, but she is rhyming post with pose, which I don't know is that much better. But whatever. Hard to stop when it's like an ocean. Not afraid to say I'm going down in flames. The most famous girl at the Waffle House. I don't regret it. The most famous girl at the Waffle House. My best friend's grandfather invented the design. I don't even know what that means. How could I be afraid to hide the shine? It follows me wherever I go. I'm as famous at a show as I am famous on the Florida-Alabama line. By the way, Jack said don't call him and take the other Jack's name out your phone. So there's a lot happening here. The Jack, I'll quickly explain one of the Jack things here. When Lana posted it, she said it's track 13 from her upcoming album, produced by Jack Antonoff. She specifically said, like, track 13 in the caption and then, like, produced by @Jack Antonoff. And at one point, because I don't have this in the slide, so I'll just tell you this. At one point, someone asked Ethel if they would work with Jack, and she wrote, like, no, exclamation point or something. I don't remember even what it was, but it was just like someone asked her if she would work with Jack Antonoff, and she just said no. So I guess whatever bitterness Lana has, Jack also has, because he's now producing this track, this Ethel Cain diss track. And then also, like, it's clear, I mean, he would have known that that line is in the song. So this is somewhat of a joint venture, which is crazy. I've never seen Jack Antonoff get messy like this. He's gotten a little messy before, but not to this extent. And as much as I defended Jack earlier in the stream for different reasons, I think that's a little much. But whatever, I don't know the whole history. Maybe they have some beef behind the scenes too. But I think one post asking if she would work with Jack Antonoff and then him being so offended by that, it's like, just let it fucking go. Just let it go. You can't have every girl in the industry. It's nice that so many women feel comfortable working with you, but, like, you can't have all of them. Whatever. Yeah, Jack Antonoff produced a couple of Kendrick Lamar diss tracks. He did, but, and he also produced Doja Cat's new song, too. But Kendrick Lamar's diss tracks don't include lyrics about Jack Antonoff also hating that person. Like, this is crazy. But so, let's back up. Let's go back to the slide. So, the other Jack is Jack Donahue, whom the girls are, like, thirsty for. Not just Lana and Ethel. This is a person who I'm not totally caught up on all that lore. But he also, I know I guess he dated Lana and then also dated Ethel and then also dated Julia Fox. He's someone that kind of gets around the, like, kind of indie cool girl scene. And a lot of people I see on Twitter are, like, thirsty for him. I get it. When I've seen some photos of him and some videos of him, there's a video of him making out with a guy and it is kind of hot. But I get it in those instances. I have to be honest though. I'm not following a man's lore like that. You just couldn't. He doesn't even make music. Well, wait, no, I actually think he does. He does make music, but it's not music I listen to. I don't care. I'm not getting invested in the Jack Donahue saga. But he is cute. And we love a bi man. They are kind of hotter. Bi men just generally are hotter. I don't know why. No, I do know why. It's because straight men are gross. It's because straight men know that they don't have to do anything. And they revel in it, so they don't. So they're just gross. And they get away with it. Anyway. So Lana posted this photo. This is her Instagram post, her Chicago pose that she's referencing. This is them. Though I don't know why she calls it a Chicago pose. I guess maybe because his shirt says Illinois, but they're in California, so I don't know. But she's referencing this Instagram post. And then, so she posted that. Ethel then posted a different photo, also with Jack Donahue, though he looks different. He had longer hair here, and he's a little bit skinnier. He's like, it's almost like heroin chic version. This is like a man's version of heroin chic. Though, that is kind of heroin chic. It's different how heroin chic manifests so differently in men and women. Anyway. Ethel posted this photo after, like literally right after Lana did it. Posted her photo and then said, wait, my turn. And I just think that's just funny. Like, that's not... To say that that's Ethel Cain hated my Instagram post, she's just having funny. Having funny. She's just having fun. She's just being funny. She's like, oh, you have a photo of Jack Donahue, so do I. And so do many women. Because he gets around. And that's kind of the joke, right? I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think it's just kind of campy and fun. Not campy, but like, it's just like, it's like pop humor. It's like pop stan humor, you know? Not a big deal. But I guess it was a big deal to Lana. Oh, also, something else I wanted to mention before we even go further in this saga. Well, actually, no, we'll hold it. We'll go further in the saga, and then I'll just come back to it. Now, as far as the most famous girl in the Waffle House, years ago, I don't even know what year this was, but it was a while ago. It was when Ethel was kind of like first coming up. There was a New York Times article written about her called "The Most Famous Girl at the Waffle House," and this is about her like life in rural Alabama, but how she was a rising star. The most famous girl at the Waffle House. That's it. That's all you gotta know. Then, Lana Del Rey takes a job at the Waffle House. She really never worked at a Waffle House. I think people have rewritten this story a bit. I guess not rewritten it. I think when the photos first came out, that was the impression that everyone had, is that she actually like worked at this Waffle House. She did not. She got like a uniform. Like she went to the Waffle House. It was kind of like a joke. She was like, oh, can I have like a uniform? And then she was like taking photos in the uniform. And also she did do some stuff, like she would bring some customers their coffee. So she was doing some amount of waitressing, but still like as a joke. She wasn't really employed by the Waffle House, just so we're clear. But when these photos came out, people thought it was like a huge story, because I think she did do it multiple days in a row. And people would like come to the Waffle House to like take photos with her. Which, obviously, she's not working at the fucking Waffle House if she's taking photos with fans. Can't waitress while you're taking selfies. Anyway. It was a huge story. Everyone was talking about it. From the lyrics in this new song, many people are getting the impression that the entire reason Lana did it was to be the most famous girl at the Waffle House, was to take that title away from Ethel, from this one fucking New York Times article profiling her, to be like, no, you're not the most famous girl at the Waffle House, I am, which is insane. And there's a part of me that's like, that can't be what happened, because that's really unhinged. To be so petty that you're like, I have to get a Waffle House uniform now and become more famous. Because I guess she knew if she just went to a Waffle House, it wouldn't be that big of a story. But if she worked at a Waffle House, then that's crazy. But at the same time, the timelines do add up. In terms of the New York Times article, her getting this uniform, and then, like, in the fucking lyrics of the song, let's look back at this. The most famous girl at the Waffle House, I don't regret it. It seems like she is admitting I got the job at the Waffle House just to be the most famous girl at the, like, that's crazy. And the way that her facial expression when she says it. She's out of her mind. I can't get over just the way that she says it, like the fucking facial expressions. It's like a supervillain. That's crazy. I know, and someone said she did put a billboard in her ex's hometown. She did do that. Lana Del Rey is the least unbothered person I have ever seen in my life. She is... The idea of her being a person who has, like, no fucks to give, she has so many fucks to give to so many people. She's just handing them out. This is crazy. So then, well, actually, while we're on that subject of Lana Del Rey just being kind of insane, here's what I was gonna say earlier too. I do want to point out this is not the first diss track she's done. So obviously, the one that a lot of people are pointing out now is one that was never even released, but it did leak later. This one is about Lady Gaga. It's called So Legit. I tried to see if I could get away with playing that one without getting claimed, but I couldn't. I tried to run it through YouTube. I got blocked immediately, so I can't play it. But these are the lyrics. You were the freak king of the piercing shop. All the girls thought they could sing, but they're really not shit. I don't get it. You're looking like a man. You're talking like a baby. How the fuck is your song in a Coke commercial? Crazy. I don't get it. Your taste once exquisite. What happened to Brooklyn? What happened to New York? What happened to my scene? What happened to punk rock? You called me the queen of the downtown scene, babe. How the fuck would you go switch it up and then replace me? I don't get it. I'm so legit. I do think that verse is actually about like a producer or something. But a lot of the rest of it is about Gaga. Like, you're looking like a man, talking like a baby. How the fuck is your song in a Coke commercial? Crazy. Then, the most blatant part. Stephanie, you suck. I know you're selling 20 million. Wish they could have seen you when we booed you off in Williamsburg. You're hurt. I know my words don't hurt ya. Oh girl, I see you walking around in your pearls, thinking you're number one. You're so funny, cause honey, you're not. What happened to Brooklyn, the last frontier? They said you could make it anywhere if you could make it here, but where? No magic in the air. What happened to Brooklyn? What happened to our scene, baby? Have we all gone gaga crazy? Remember when the streets used to be dangerous and we were born bad? I'm gonna be honest too, if you listen to the song, it's not a very good song. I don't think it's that good. Of all her diss tracks, All About Ethel so far is her best. Because I think her diss tracks have kind of been the worst in her discography. And it's almost like she's so blinded by her petty hatred that she forgets how to write a song. Though this one, I guess you can give it the pass of this is like a demo. This got leaked, so maybe she could have kept working it. But even this one... It's just so petty and mean. It doesn't make Gaga sound like a bad person at all. It's almost literally just like I'm upset that you're more successful than me now, which doesn't make Lana look very good. Aside from just the writing skills, as a diss track, it kind of just sucks because it's just mean with really not many redeeming qualities. But, and I see someone else pointing out the looking like a man line about Gaga and then coming after Ethel. Yeah, not a great look. And, you know, your husband has said some things on Facebook about the transes that also don't paint a very good picture either. But then the other song that I think a lot of people forget about, or maybe didn't realize was a diss track, this one actually was released. And again, I think this is one of her worst songs. And I think maybe other people like it, but I hate it. I think this is like low-key her absolute worst song that she's ever released. Maybe not. Maybe there's some other worse ones, but Fucked My Way Up to the Top on Ultraviolence. This song is almost certainly about Lorde. Lorde had said some stuff about her early in her career, and this one I think you could say is a little bit more provoked because Lorde was talking shit. At the same time, though, Lorde was 17, and Lana was like a full-ass 28-year-old. Like, I'm 29. She might have even been 29 when this came out. I can't imagine writing a diss track about a 17-year-old. I don't care what they said about me. Girl, come on. Especially not one that calls her a whore. I'm a dragon, you're a whore, don't even know what you're good for. Mimicking me's a fucking bore to me, but babe. Yeah, this one was gross. But she said something funny during it, and because Lorde had taken some shots just at, you know, her, like, authenticity, blah, blah, blah. Lana, oh, come on. I hate, Genius is such shit now in terms of, like, the ads, the pop-up ads. If I go on Genius on my phone gets hot. Like, physically hot to the touch. And it drains your fucking battery. But anyway, I did think this thing that she said in an interview was very funny once. It's commentary like, you know what you think, I know what you think of me, and I'm alluding to that. You know, I have slept with a lot of guys in the industry, but none of them helped me get my record deals, which is annoying. I love the little addition of, which is annoying. That's so funny. But also don't write diss tracks about 17-year-olds. Just like as a rule, just don't do it. But let's go back to the Ethel drama. So after the song initially came out, this was posted onto Ethel's Instagram story that Lana Del Rey had blocked her on Instagram, which is another kind of just like bitch move of like, okay, you made the diss track and now you're not even gonna give her an opportunity to slide into your DMs and be like, bitch, what the fuck? Kind of just, it's just a bitch move. And then here's the thread. Let me find it. Because this is like... Lana Stans went to work immediately to try to figure out why Lana was dissing Ethel Cain. Because this did feel like it came out of fucking nowhere. They had never had any sort of interaction before. No one knew what was going on. So this stan created this thread of all the evidence of Ethel apparently being shitty to Lana, and here we go. So, first of all, I guess at some point, I mean, we just have so much data from Ethel's entire, like, online history to a degree that is actually kind of frightening. Not even just for Ethel, but like just for all of us, that holy shit, our entire histories are on the internet, aren't they? for anyone to dig up. And this is also something too. Obviously, there was some stuff that came out with Ethel that we talked about in the, not the last stream, but I think like maybe 2 streams ago. I don't remember. Stuff from Ethel's past that was not good. But also very, very weird for that stuff to come out, especially the way that it did, especially with how deep you would have to dig into someone's past to even find it. And that is just, it's very, we've never really lived in a time like this where someone's entire history is just so recorded. Most people prior to this last decade and maybe like the last decade before it, most people could like fuck up and be weird and say bad shit for a lot of their life and not have evidence of it afterward. And you can say that it's good for us to have evidence of it now, but also it's like, I feel like we're just kind of dooming people to trap their opinions in amber by holding them accountable for everything they've ever said and done at any point in their life. Like, I get it. And you don't have to forgive Ethel for anything. You don't have to forgive anyone for anything. That's totally up to you. And especially if you're a part of one of the communities that was affected, that is affected by the racism that was on display in some of Ethel's old posts. Absolutely, like, you can feel however you feel about that. But I do think that, like, people do grow and change, and especially if you grew up in certain environments, when you get out of those environments, that changes your worldview a lot, and people go through phases, and there are different contributing factors to why people do certain things and say certain things, and you can grow past it, but it's like, I almost feel like we're kind of dooming people to not grow past what they've said and done in the past. If we're always holding it above their heads, it's like we're just expecting people to have held like a completely consistent through line throughout their entire lives in terms of what they say and believe and do. I don't know. There's just something about the way that the internet creates too much of a record to the point that it's like we can't even be real humans anymore because we can't fully experience like the transitoriness of our human experiences and our personalities. You know, like, you change so much in a decade. You especially like when you leave certain places, if you grew up in one place and then you move to a completely different place, you change. And that's a normal part of human evolution, not like human, like the species evolution, but like our individual evolutions as people. It's part of how you grow as a person is you let go of your past and you're like, that shit doesn't define me anymore. But then we have like crowds of people on the internet who are like, no, this does define you and it always will throughout your entire life. And it's very weird. And I'm saying that, by the way, I don't have that much of like a past. Like, I'm sure I've said problematic things previously that I wouldn't stand behind and different ideas. And like, you know, you can go back and I used to be like a Marilyn Manson stan. So it's like, I don't even have the experience of, I've fully transformed I just saw my own spit. I fully transformed my political ideology or whatever. I've been pretty consistent throughout my whole life. But even then I'm like, but I still wouldn't want to be held accountable to the stuff I said when I was 19, because even if it's like mostly consistent, even if I've been like a mostly like fair-minded person the whole time, I also still said dumb shit within that. You know, and it's like, I don't even want to look at it. Let alone have other people hold me accountable to it. It has nothing really to do with who I am right now. Well, not nothing to do, it does, but you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. It's just a very strange thing about the internet and how it's transformed our identities as people. Lil Nas X too. And here's the other thing too, and why it's kind of upsetting, is that you can act like these are all righteous campaigns, that like, oh, we've exposed the fact that Ethel Cain said the N-word at some point. Which, by the way, they didn't even expose her saying the N-word. They exposed her admitting to having said the N-word. We don't even have like the examples of her doing it. We just have her telling people that, yeah, I did it. But all these campaigns of like, oh, okay, we exposed how racist she is. These campaigns only ever seem to really go after people of marginalized communities. And the same thing happened to Lil Nas X at the beginning of his career. Because Lil Nas X and Ethel Cain both, they are people who spent a lot of time on Stan Twitter or in Stan forums across the internet. Lil Nas X used to have a Nicki Minaj Stan account on Twitter, and he said some problematic stuff there too, especially against Muslim people. And people brought that up when he was first coming up and tried to hold him accountable to it. At first he denied that that was his account, then he eventually admitted to it and apologized. And again, I don't stand by what Ethel said in those posts that people are bringing up. I also don't stand by what Lil Nas X said in those posts that people are bringing up, but I think it's incredibly weird for people to have dug through their past accounts to find them in the first place. And that is not something that really happens to people who are not like queer or people who are not people of color. It only seems to happen, or it primarily seems to happen, to people who are already marginalized. And it becomes another way of gatekeeping, of like, you're not the perfect representative for this community because you said this thing previously, so that means that you don't get to succeed, you know? It's gross. It's gross and it's weird. And it also, too, it's like, I think that the online left as a whole is way too focused on personal ideology, like trying to suss out what's happening in someone's brain and attaching political opinions to what's happening in their brain. Like, to say that because Ethel Cain said this racist thing all these years ago, that means that she is an inherently racist person who will always be a racist person. And the same with Lil Nas X, because he said these Islamophobic things a long time ago. He is always going to be Islamophobic, and that is just a part of his ideology. Number one, I don't think that's fair because it doesn't give people the opportunity to grow and to educate themselves and to develop more compassion for other people. But number two, I also, to some extent, what's happening in someone's brain isn't really my business. I know it's maybe kind of gross to find out that someone you like has said things, like has a particular affiliation with like a particular ideology that you don't agree with. I know that's like, it feels gross, but I think we need to be focused way, way, way more on what people are actively doing with their platform that they have currently, you know? What Ethel Cain said, she did not say as a singer, she did not say as a public figure, she said as a 19-year-old on the internet in these like kind of obscure forums. What Lil Nas X said, he did not say as Lil Nas X, he said as a young man, maybe even a teenager. I don't remember how old he was at the time. Probably a teenager, because he's still pretty young, right? He said a long time ago, on a Stan account that didn't even have his face on it, that didn't even have his name on it. And so if he were to repeat those things now, way bigger issue. Way, way, way bigger issue. Because then he would be promoting that rhetoric to his audience that he already has. And that's kind of the difference, you know? And that's also why it's gross when people go back and they find these old tweets. It's like you're just spreading that rhetoric to more people for the sake of tearing someone else down. That is totally different from I'm upset that someone did something publicly as a public figure that I think contributes to something negative. Like, it's kind of the difference to me, and maybe people are going to disagree here, but it's the difference to me between the criticism of Sydney Sweeney doing the American Eagle ad that does contain eugenicist language and that does contain rhetoric that can be very easily co-opted by a white supremacist audience and definitely promoted by white supremacist commentators. There's a difference between criticizing her for that and finding her voter registration and publicizing the fact that she's a registered Republican. Because the fact that Sydney Sweeney is a registered Republican did not have to be my business. What Sydney Sweeney thinks privately and what Sydney Sweeney votes on is not, it's just not as relevant to me as what she is actively doing with her public platform. If Sydney Sweeney went onto TV and said, I'm a Republican and I promote Republican values, then okay, yeah, talk about it. But when you're going and finding her private voting registration, not private, it is public. Everyone's political affiliation is public if you're registered with a party. But like taking that step to find out how she's registered when she's not actually talking about it, it's like, at this point, you're just setting Sydney Sweeney up to become a right-wing commentator. And that's the thing that kind of, I'm not saying this for Sydney Sweeney's benefit of like, let's leave Sydney Sweeney alone. No, I'm saying let's not inflate the importance of Sydney Sweeney's ideology, what she fucking thinks in her dumb ass head, because she is not a person who has ever shown any sort of like real political savvy or ideological intelligence, to the point where I'm like, I don't fucking care what Sydney Sweeney thinks. She's just an actress to me, or she should have just been an actress to me. But so many people decided that it mattered to them what Sydney Sweeney believes, that they have now made what Sydney Sweeney believes such a huge part of a cultural conversation that at this point, there has just been a path laid for Sydney Sweeney to make a full right-wing pivot and to actually start actively promoting right-wing rhetoric because she's being set up to do that. Because there is a path laid in front of her of like, people care about what you think politically. Maybe you want to comment on it. Maybe you want to come on Fox News and say all of your political opinions. And now we have another fucking famous blonde white woman, blue-eyed, I was going to say bimbo, that was rude. But, you know, one of these other like Fox News talking heads who can promote all this racist rhetoric, if that's how she feels. I don't know all the ins and outs of Sydney Sweeney's ideology, but I know that from what I've seen from her, I don't really want what Sydney Sweeney thinks to be that important to us culturally. You know? And to some extent, I think that sort of applies here when we're trying to find all these old tweets and shit of Lil Nas X and Ethel Cain, where it's like, if you uncover something that's really bad, you're then just putting these public figures into a position to address it and maybe spread that rhetoric further and maybe gain an audience that agrees with the things that they said. And I don't think that's good. And luckily, at least in the case of Ethel Cain and Lil Nas X, they don't stand behind those things anymore. At least publicly. And if they do privately, I hope they keep it to their fucking selves. Yeah, exactly. We're reclaiming bimbo. That's why I didn't want to call her a bimbo. So I was like, no, I'm content being a bimbo. I can't use that as an insult. But anyway, let's go back to this. We've got this old evidence of Lana being listed as a favorite artist of her on an old DeviantArt page. Then there's in 2017, Ethel Cain uploaded a cover of Born to Die to the internet that she later tried to scrub. Also this year, she posted a cover of Mariner's Apartment Complex. Okay, so she's covered Lana Del Rey songs before. Ethel made this post on Curious Cat referencing Lana, and later apologized for her controversial posts on this platform. Okay, so they're just posting. They're like, oh, this is so stupid. It's like Ethel made this post on Curious Cat referencing Lana and later apologized for her controversial post. Like, they're like, oh, she said something about Lana on this platform and also she was racist on this platform. Like, those two things are related. What is that? What does one have to do with the other, really? Yeah, it was gross. I mean, I guess she did say that, like, is there a reason you hate black people or were you born racist? And she says, I love that Lana album. So I guess she's, like, kind of associating, but even then that's, like, very clearly just kind of a joke. It's, like, an insensitive joke, I guess, but it's not... like, okay. And it's also, too... it's just a lot of nerve for Lana Del Rey stans to be calling out someone else's racism that they did in private. Because this is also what I'll say, going back to that thing about what people do publicly and what people do privately, and maybe we should leave some of that private stuff to be private. All the evidence that we have of Ethel saying stuff that's fucked up, saying stuff that's racist, number one, a lot of it is so blatantly racist, like her admitting to using the N-word, that it's like, okay, we all know. We all know that saying the N-word is racist, right? Like, we're all on board with that. That's not gonna, like, radicalize that many people. Lana Del Rey's rhetoric, that is also racist, is racist in a way that it's a lot more covert and is filled with way more, like, microaggressions, to the point that it is way more digestible to way more people. So in a way, I would almost say that a lot of Lana's rhetoric, just on the basis of the rhetoric itself, is kind of more harmful. Because it's going to, like, seep into people's brains in a more covert way. Whereas people can look at Ethel saying the N-word and being like, gross. People can look at Lana's question for the culture post and be like, oh, I think she's kind of making some good points, and then maybe overlook the racist microaggressions that post also contains. And then again, the other point there too, and why, if we're having a racist off, I don't necessarily want to be on Lana's side here. Lana said that shit as a fully public figure on her public accounts when she was already famous. Lana's post is way, way, way more of a, like, valid target of criticism than what Ethel did. Even if what Ethel did is still gross. You don't want to be having this conversation as a Lana Del Rey stan. You don't. Because your fave does not have clean hands. Oh my god. By 2020, Ethel seemingly switched on Lana and began her tirade of shady posts and comments against her, mostly when compared to her and her music. So, like, already, it kind of seems like she's not just being shady toward Lana, she's getting frustrated about the comparisons. The ATRL forum thread titled Ethel Cain, if you compare me to Lana Del Rey, I'm literally not reading your shit. That's reasonable. Like, she's just getting frustrated. That's not even a hit at Lana. That's just her being frustrated by the comparisons. I'm getting compared to that lady till I die, aren't I? Recently, one writer likened Ethel Cain to Lana Del Rey, two white girls exploring the underbelly of Americana. Hayden tweeted about the unfair comparison. Hayden is Ethel, by the way. That's her, like, actual name. Ethel Cain is like a stage name, kind of, but she goes personally by Hayden. I love Lana and I love her music, but there's 100 other things at play here. If that's an entryway for a review, that's fine, but sometimes people arrive at Lana Del Rey and stop at Lana Del Rey. And yeah, I called it lazy writing because it's lazy for me and her. I think it's kind of a detriment to the expansive work of two female artists to just reduce them to being similar to each other. Then she did say this, which is like a little bit more critical of Lana. Wow, this is like this really good American dream. It's so glamorous. It's like old Hollywood. I loved it. But then as I got older, especially with the social justice movement and the unraveling of the American dream, the unraveling of Hollywood, the unraveling of celebrity culture, it was kind of like it's all a sham. All that glamour and old opulence is built on the backs of hardworking people who will never get the recognition, and it's just a facade that you start to see through. That coupled with the stuff I saw growing up, it's just not all sunshine and rainbows and roses and diamonds and whatnot. You know, it's like fucked up, it's ugly, and I was like, I don't want to portray that. I don't want to portray that kind of glamorous, beautiful persona. I want something that's raw and freaky and scary, because to me, that's what America is. It's like maybe a little bit critical of Lana in the way that Lana presents the American dream, but even then, she's still mostly just talking about her own artistic journey. And like saying that this is just not really how she wants to. That's just not her experience, and that's not what she wants to portray. So that's still pretty fair. That's very light criticism. Then this other one, and I've actually seen people, I don't know if this is an old account of hers, but this is not her username currently. So I've seen some people say that this was a fan account. It's not even a tweet that Ethel wrote. I don't know if that's true, because this currently, if you look at this handle, currently, this is not Ethel's account. This is a fan account. But I don't know if it was that at the time. Maybe this is an old account of hers. But someone said Lana Del Rey walked so Ethel could run. And she or someone wrote, I pushed her over when I ran past. That's just funny. That's just a joke. It's not that fucking serious. I love how they put the legalize incest thing on here too. Again, you don't really have the higher ground as a Lana Del Rey stan, because while sure, Ethel has maybe made some, like, she made that legalize incest shirt. You could say that's in bad taste, but it was like a joke. She also has written music that deals with themes of like incest and inbreeding and whatnot. That's stuff that she explores artistically as an artist, and we can have debates about the value of that art if we want. However, that's a little fucking different than making a video of you kissing your sister in a very sensual, romantic way. I don't really think the Lana stans want to have that conversation. 'Cause, okay, Ethel Cain has made music about incest. Lana, like, low-key did it. I'm not saying that it's, like, super severe, that video, but it definitely, it was something. Yeah, it seems like a lot of people in the chat didn't know about that. Yeah, there's a video of her kissing her sister. It's not like an open mouth kiss, but the way that it's framed is like, it's definitely very romantic. A lot of people thought that it was Jennifer Lawrence when it first came out. Oh, but here's the other, let me finish this part. She said the thing about I pushed her when I ran past, someone wrote good, and she said she'll never catch up to me in her Macy's dress. Again, that's just like funny. That's just kind of like stan humor. And that's what's also so enraging about this too, is the amount of stans who are like picking apart all these different things that Ethel has said. And it's like, I'm on stan Twitter. I know how you guys talk. You're not any fucking better. You're worse. Most of the time. Most of the people who are getting involved in this and shitting on Ethel Cain have tweeted worse stuff. Let's put it, Lana Del Rey kissing sister. Oh yeah, it's a photo. I don't know if there's videos. There might be a video. I don't remember. I feel like in my mind I've seen a video, but that could be me putting the like photos together. But that's Lana and her sister. That's Chuck Grant. So, like, we want to talk about the incest thing. I don't think we do. I don't think Lana stans do. Then there's a thing about the, with her boyfriend at a Chicago prison. So is it a Chicago prison? Oh, okay, you know what? It's the Cook County in Chicago, or in Illinois, Chicago I think is in Cook County, but it's just the road is South California. The California thing just really threw me off. And then she wrote, okay, wait, my turn. That's funny. That's funny. God forbid a bitch be funny. Ethel Cain has her own Wikipedia account and she's edited her own artist page. For context, she created it. Okay, that's iconic. If that's true, that is iconic that she created her own Wikipedia page. Technically, it is against Wikipedia's terms of like you can't do that. You can't edit your own Wikipedia page either. There's like a rule against it. But that is hilarious. Many times for the sole purpose of making herself look better, as well as removing cited facts that she's been compared to Lana has previously taken information from her. Like, that's okay. The girl got frustrated. She got frustrated. And she removed some stuff from her Wikipedia page. Big fucking deal. Oh, wait, what does it say? She also incessantly vandalized her page in an effort to wipe her publicly documented past career and older work. Yada, yada, yada. Yeah, well, she's also been the victim of, like, some pretty intense, like, hacking and smear campaigns, so I can get why she'd be a little on edge about what people post on her Wikipedia page, you know? So then here's the big thing. We'll go back to the slide, because I think I've got it in this slide. Oh, also, Ethel's sister got involved. She wrote, I can't wait to watch your hologram perform this diss track while you hit your vape backstage, diva. What inspired you to suddenly make a country album? That's funny. Her sister then had to, like, I think she might have gone private or deleted because of all the Lana stans that started swarming. So this was not, like, a smart thing to post in terms of not getting harassed on the internet, but it was a very funny thing to post. And, you know, maybe some points were made. Oh, and then Chase Icon got involved, too. This was kind of annoying. I don't even know what... I don't know what the problem here is, but they wrote, y'all want to hear a story about how me and this bitch here fell out? It's kind of long, but it's full of suspense. Now, that's a joke about this old Twitter thing that... did they make that into a movie? I think they did. But there was a whole old Twitter thread that got made into a movie that this is referencing. And I get that that's like the joke and that's funny, but I also just feel like, okay, let's not stoke the flames, the anti-Ethel flames right now. 'Cause it's kind of, it's just, I don't know. I don't know. Then Lana expanded. She said, I didn't know who Ethel was until a few years ago when someone brought to my attention the disturbing and graphic side-by-side images she would often put up of me next to unflattering creatures and cartoon characters making constant comments about my weight. I was confused at what she was getting at. Then when I heard what she was saying behind closed doors from mutual friends and started inserting herself into my personal life, I was definitely disturbed. So here's the thing. All of Ethel's past has been litigated at this point, in terms of her digital footprint. I'm not gonna say 100% that Lana is wrong or lying, but I do think it's very suspicious that we have so much from Ethel Cain's past on so many different websites, And yet no one has been able to locate what Lana is referring to, with one exception, and I'll show you that exception, because it's... I don't know that Lana totally gets stan Twitter and the way that people talk. Because here's the thing. I could buy that maybe Ethel has said some body-shaming things about Lana, because, again, Ethel is from stan Twitter. She's from stan forums, and there's a lot of body-shaming stuff that happens in those spaces. Absolutely. So that would be kind of par for the course for the kinds of communities that Ethel was in. I don't doubt the fact that Ethel has maybe said like fat shaming things before. I don't doubt that Ethel has said things about other people's appearances that was not okay, because I'm on Stan Twitter and I see how people on Stan Twitter talk. And I just would not be shocked. But there is no evidence of this, other than one thing. And I also... I don't know anything about what Ethel has said behind closed doors, and maybe Lana will expand on that. Maybe that'll be a bigger part of the song. But this entire thing, with the ways that stans are portraying Ethel having mentioned Lana in different like interviews or on different social media profiles before, the way that they're focusing on that, and especially this framing of All About Ethel and the comparisons to All About Eve, I'm gonna be honest, even if she's not saying something blatantly transphobic here, it feels kinda transphobic. It feels a little bit like, I just think that trans women are predators, you know? Because there's absolutely nothing that I've seen from all the receipts that have been pulled about what Ethel has said about Lana Del Rey that seems particularly egregious to me. Nor do I think she's talked about Lana Del Rey to such an exceptional amount that seems all that weird. I mean, the way people are talking about it, you would think that she's like Ethan Klein making Instagram stories about Hassan Piker, you know? Like that level of intensity from how people are blowing this up. No, she has talked about Lana Del Rey before and said that she was a fan, said that she was inspired by her early in her career. And then she talked about how she doesn't really like the constant comparisons between her and Lana. That's really it. And considering how famous Lana is and how big of an inspiration Lana is to so many people, I'm sure you could go through a lot of different female singer-songwriters, interviews and tweets and social media posts and find a very similar, if not larger, amount of references to Lana Del Rey. She's a very big artist. People talk about her. This is a very weird thing to like put onto Ethel, that she's the weirdo here. You got a job at Waffle House so that you could be the most famous girl at the Waffle House, and then you wrote a fucking song about it. I'm sorry, that's way creepier behavior. But you want to put all of it on the trans woman that she overstepped a boundary? By what? Mentioning you? That's crazy, girl. And then the Lana stans are just bending over fucking backward to find evidence of Ethel being shitty. This, I guess, was on like a Twitter, like one of the Twitter spaces. Nothing good ever happens in a Twitter space. I've never heard a clip from a Twitter space and been like, wow, what a productive conversation. It's always, but I guess that's kind of the fun of it in a way. is like you tune into a Twitter space for a minute and you're like, oh, I'm ready to hear some bullshit. But I guess Ethel's friend came into this Twitter space. I don't even know I guess it was just about this whole thing. And this Lana stan, that's another thing too. If we're doing the whole thing about Lana, or Ethel is so creepy and she's obsessed with Lana Del Rey, that's your profile picture. That's your name. That's your username. It's all Lana. You can't to call Ethel Cain a creep while you have Lana Del Rey as your profile picture is crazy. But this person is saying that Ethel Cain's friend confirming she would badmouth Lana and call her fat. Here's the 9-second clip of evidence.
It's like a thing. Like, I know Hayden said shit about Lana, and honestly, like, Lana deserved it because fuck that hoe. But anyway, Chase is like
There it is. There's the confirmation that she would badmouth Lana and call her fat. Oh, there's Pink Pantheress. And then they said, nowhere in this clip did she say she called her fat. And then the Lana stan wrote, it's in this screenshot, but that tweet is having some embedding issues. Oh, okay, how convenient. But it says, Lana Del Rey says Ethel Cain used to make constant comments about her weight. And then this person, who I guess is the person in the live, it says, yeah, girl, you were fat. I mean, Azealia Banks said it best, gravy, blood, bitch, fuck off, Lana, you suck. Okay, we can criticize the friend for that for sure, but is that confirmation that Ethel said that? Are we all being held accountable for what our friend said? I mean, I guess that is kind of how the internet works at this point. Yeah, you have to always fucking defend what anyone you've ever talked to has ever said. But no, that is not confirmation that Ethel Cain called her fat. What are you talking about? But here's the kicker. Here's the only evidence that anyone has ever been able to find of what Lana's claiming here, that she would put up side-by-side images she would often put up of me next to unflattering creatures and cartoon characters making constant comments about my weight. First of all, we've never found anything of side-by-side images. That's crazy. Maybe it existed, but no one's found evidence of it. But there was one cartoon character that came up in one of Ethel's tweets where she is kind of referencing Lana. So let's see it. It's Ethel Cain tweeting Lana Del Rey lyrics, hands on your knees, I'm Angelina Jolie, with a gif of Peter Griffin dancing. And I think it's pretty fucking clear that the reason she picked that gif is because of the way he was dancing and how it kind of matched the vibe of that part of the song. That wasn't a fat joke, girl. That's like, sometimes I like to go on Pinterest and I find, like, if I'm listening to a song, I'll go on Pinterest and I'll find, like, images of, like, oh, this is how I feel when I listen to the song. And then I'll just put that on, like, Twitter or Blue Sky or whatever. I am not saying, I have never once been comparing any pop star to, like, Nanalan. That's not a reference of, like, you look like Nanalan. No. You look like this one image of Elmo. That's not the context. What the fuck? And this is where I'm like, does Lana just genuinely not understand how stan Twitter works and like what like people are doing when they do stuff like this? It's like, you take lyrics and then you put, it's like a reaction. It's like, oh yeah, this is how this song makes me dance. Hands on my knees, Angelina Jolie. whoa, Nanaland mentioned. I'm still bitter. One time, Pinterest is crazy, and Pinterest has been going crazy for a minute in terms of the like bans and stuff. I wake up and I'm so afraid that Pinterest is just going to ban my account because they do that. They've been doing that. They've got this weird AI system now that's flagging people randomly and then just deleting their accounts for no reason. And every day I go on Pinterest, I'm like, I'm still here. One time though, I got a notification that was like, we removed one of your pins for child pornography. And I was like, what? What do you mean? And I was like, what pin? And I got it to show me the pin. It was literally just a photo of Nanaland. Not doing anything weird, just a photo of Nanaland. And you're gonna accuse me of a crime? I've never gotten over it. I'm still like annoyed. Anyway. Then Nicki Minaj enters the chat. Now, this is also crazy because when Lana first posted that song, and then I was like, oh my God, this is just like so legit. This is just like fuck my way up to the top. I had the thought of like, God, she's like the alt girl Nicki Minaj. And then Nicki Minaj, I guess, agreed. It's just so funny how Nicki like felt the presence of another hater and she was like, oh hell yes. So she tweeted, I've been singing Ethel Cain hated my Instagram post all morning, help. And something about the Waffle House and a picture with some boy, but how can a melody and instruments and background vocals and the mixing be so good that I'm walking around all day talking about a person named Ethel who I did not know hating an Instagram post I never even posted? Help me. I'm sure Ethel is a nice person. And then this is very funny, her use of the asterisk to be like, hums the melody again and drifts off into this somber state whilst looking into the horizon. That's so like millennial. It's just so I do love it when celebrities tweet because it is, you get reminded of the fact that they're not really that good at social media in terms of kind of knowing how people talk on social media currently in the year 2025. Because I don't know the last time maybe I'll be like asterisk dies or something. But this whole ass sentence, oh, it's adorable. But that also, too, is a thing, talking about like all of our histories on the internet. Every once in a while, I'll go back. First of all, I don't go on Facebook like at all anymore, but every once in a while I'll open it up just to be like, all right, what the fuck's happening over here? And when it shows you your memories, I'm like, why is this? I don't want to know. It's like, here's something that you posted 10 years ago. And every time I see it, I'm like, oh my God, it is so weird how much, like, I think the way that I was posting at the time, it wasn't as cringy in the moment because that was kind of just like the style of how people talked and how people posted. But it seems so weird now. And it is remarkable just the amount that like the lingo and the, not even lingo, but yeah, like stuff like this, like the amount that we used to do asterisks like that, and now it feels so cringe. But everyone kind of used to do that. So that is almost a fun thing about social media in a way, is you can see the way that language changes so much over time and just the ways that people talk. Anyway, but I thought that was very funny. She then, let me see. Okay, then we get to Azealia Banks. She enters the chat as well. Everyone enters the chat here. But I had another. Here's another tweet from Nikki. Remember that time Lana dissed all the girlies, but we had no idea why, but none of us said anything back? LMAO, not we let Lana walk in the lunchroom and run everybody's pockets with no weapon and no gang, and said not one thing about it. LMFAO, AO. I fucking love this shit, yo. She really does just love the drama. Like, Lana dissed her in that question for the culture post. But Nikki is so just like, yeah, but like, we have such a connection as fellow haters that it's okay. Like, she just respects her game too much. Oh, it's so funny. Then Nikki also... Then someone, I guess, found this photo of Ethel holding up a Nikki flag at a concert, and she wrote, "What the fuck is this real? Thank you, Ethel." And she also was in a Twitter space where nothing good happens.
Discography. No, I am going into Lana's discography and I am listening to every single song because y'all, I'm not kidding. What it did to me when I woke up today, just hearing that thing in my head, it made me feel so like it's a period piece. You know, it puts me back in a different time. Hello? Judge Shineblin, do you know anyone named Ethel?
No, Nika, you know I don't know nobody named Ethel.
Yeah, okay. Well, we want to try to figure out who she is. She went to the Waffle House.
I want to tell you that.
No, I am going into Lana.
That is just so funny to me. But also, too, the fact that she didn't know who Ethel Cain was before this, I do think, as fucked up as I think it kind of was for Lana to make this hit at Ethel, who is such a smaller artist than her, like, it is definitely her punching down. This whole thing really has elevated Ethel's career and her prominence in, like, mainstream pop discourse to a degree that I think is ultimately just kind of beneficial to Ethel. She's getting so much more attention than she got from her fucking album. Like, she released an album not that long ago. And people did not care that much about that. I listened to the album, I thought it was fine. But I'm listening to it so much more now. Just because, like, Ethel is in my head. And I'm like, I want to... And she is good. I do like Ethel Cain a lot. And so I'm happy to have her, like, I'm very pleased that she now has, like, a confirmed slot in the bracket. Like, that bitch is gonna be nominated because of this. And I'm happy for it. I want Ethel to be in this space. Then Azealia Banks enters the chat. Let me go. I don't know why I organize it like this, where I have some just, like, tweets in my note links, but and then some in the slide. I'm dumb sometimes. This is Azealia Banks' contribution. Everyone ganging up on Ethel Cain is transphobic. LOL, not my witchy Cain. And while I do agree with her, and oh shit, I do agree with her, and I think she's correct, and I support this. Weren't you transphobic like 2 weeks ago? Didn't you make a whole big thing about how being gay and trans is not natural and you need psychiatric help? Like, what? She's such an interesting person. And when we're having the conversation too about, like, people's posts and stuff online, first of all, Azealia Banks has been unhinged for a long time. Recently, though, it's maybe kind of... I don't want to say it's gotten worse because it's like it's always been bad, but her Zionist turn has been really, really, really gross. However, there's almost a part of me that just can't even take it seriously to the point of where I'm like, I can't even say that, like, Azealia Banks' rhetoric is that harmful, because she switches up so much, and she just, like, I never know where Azealia Banks is going to stand on an issue, to the point that I think she's pissed off so many different people that I don't think anyone is really taking her political commentary seriously. Like, I don't think there's any Azealia Banks fan who was like pro-Palestine that then saw Azealia Banks tweeting bullshit Islamophobic pro-Israel shit and then was like, never mind, now I'm pro-Israel. Like, if you were trying to keep up, if you were trying to adjust your opinion to what Azealia Banks thought was like okay, you just couldn't do it. You'd be exhausted. So there's almost a part of me that when Azealia Banks tweets something really nasty, I'm like, well, I mean, it's just another drop in the bucket. What more harm could she do? No one took her seriously in the first place. Or at least they haven't taken her seriously for a very long time. So she is almost just kind of entertaining at this point. Yeah, I'm not like excusing anything she said. I think it's bad. But it's just hard to like think it's bad in a way where I'm like that worried about it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I only saw her weird age of consent tweets recently. Yeah, that was also weird too. She's been on quite a weird bent. And that's what's also so frustrating too, is whenever she tweets something that I agree with, I want to be like, hell yeah, Azealia, but then I'm like, no. Remember everything else, Jasmine. Remember everything else. But she is very talented. Or she was. It's like, when was the last time she actually released music? I haven't heard anything about her music in so long. Yeah, if you trained an AI on things Azealia Banks said, it would explode. Yeah. Maybe that's what they should have been training Grok on, just for fun. I'm still so upset that the chat's not on the screen. It's like, because I need to just close it, but I have the chat box widget thing on, like, as a separate tab. So I know it is connected to my account, like from Streamlabs. It's connected from my YouTube account. I have all of your chats on my screen right now. I probably could have put that though. Yeah, if I were smarter, I would have just did a different screen capture on my screen and just used that tab. Because it's in the right format and everything, but it's not going to be transparent, so it still wouldn't have been the same. Whatever. It's just, it clearly is connecting to Streamlabs. Like, this stream, I have all the comments from Streamlabs in my font and everything. It's just not actually going on the screen, and I think that's Streamlabs' problem. Because of their update, whatever. It doesn't matter. We're talking about something else. And then, so Azealia, like, kind of switched up again. She wrote, LMFAO, not at the end of the day, Lana is winning the war with Ethel. We can't front on her music. Sis got that pen. But 212 is eating everyone's discography, and that's a Snapple fact. No one here is more talented than me, so everybody pack it up. So that's actually, the post is gone now, but someone had made one of those, like, you know, the MCU Civil War posters. They had done the same thing, but with photos of like Ethel Cain, Lana Del Rey, and then it's like Nicki Minaj, Azealia Banks. Then Clairo got involved in this too because Clairo liked the post. I think maybe also Zara Larson might have liked the post. There was a whole like team of people that were involved, and Azealia was on one side. And even Azealia is like, well, we can't beat Lana. She's got that pen. No, she is right. 212 is eating everyone's discography, and that's a Snapple fit. 212 is definitely a good side. Azealia was very talented. Azealia was very talented. If only she continued to make music instead of posting weird tweets and then selling soap. I don't know. And clothes. I've mentioned it before, but for those who don't know, in my Kim Kardashian Hollywood video, in the second half of it, the top that I'm wearing, that is a top that I did buy off of Azealia Banks from her like Depop or Poshmark little sale where she was selling her old clothes, because I think it was like right after she got her boob job, and so a bunch of her clothes didn't fit anymore. She used to have tiny little titties, now she's got big old titties, and I still have tiny little titties. So I was like, hell yeah, and I paid like $20, and then I had Azealia Banks top. And then I wore it in the Kim Kardashian Hollywood video. And that's history. So that's Azalea's contribution. Clairo, here's the stuff with Clairo. Claro liked Lana's post of the song on Instagram. Then people saw that Ethel unfollowed Claro on Instagram. And then I think that Claro unliked the post, and then Ethel has now followed Claro back. So I don't totally know where that stands at the moment. But yeah, there's just a lot of moving parts here. And I probably even missed a few things. Or some people who talked about it. But another person who talked about it was... I see Casey Tron's live on X right now, and she's been doing that a lot. Is there a market really for being live on Twitter? Oh, all the ad money goes to her, Ethan Klein. That's cute. We love Casey Tron. Unrelated. But then also, so this is Jack Schlossberg, who is the grandson of... Stop, pause, okay. What the fuck? Why would it pause? Okay, I'm just gonna close it. He's the grandson of JFK, and he also, I think, is like now a writer for... I think Vogue, like he does some sort of like political column something. So he is like kind of a serious person, but not really a serious person. He's pretty unhinged. Like his I never really know what to make of him when I look at his social media accounts. He's kind of fun, but also sometimes I'm like, I don't know, that was weird. Like he made some weird joke about like the Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni thing. And it wasn't like, he like made a joke about being Justin Baldoni's attorney or something. Like he just made a joke about like, oh, I'm Justin Baldoni's attorney, and it was just weird. I was like, I can't even parse what that means. Like, are you making fun of Justin Baldoni, or are you actually... I don't know. I never know any... I don't know what Jack Schlossberg's deal is. If anyone else does know, please inform me. But he is also commenting on it, not necessarily taking a side, but just commenting.
Sip of this tea. We're going to talk about Lana versus Ethel. Lana versus Ethel. Okay, we're going to take a sip of this tea. This is Taya's tea. I like green tea. Because I know that she's really, really important. And I know about the song Summertime Sadness. I got my red dress on tonight. Dancing in the dark in the pale moonlight. Throw my hair up real big, beauty queen style. I know about that. And I know about Tell Me I'm Your National Anthem. And I know that I hear people talk about Lana Del Rey in a way that makes me think it's quasi-religious with her. We're going to talk about Lana versus...
So that's the only clip I have. I'm sure that went way longer. I don't know where he did this, if it was like on Instagram. He made sure to clarify in stream that he is straight. Is that true? Because I've always kind of wondered. It's just so fucking weird. What an amazing time. Have you guys ever seen... This is unrelated to that, but have you ever seen the clip of... Not even a clip, but a full video of Nathan Fielder singing Lana Del Rey? I don't think that I could play that much of it because of, copyright. But, oh shit, this is my actual fucking... I don't know how it got onto my actual account now. Nathan Fielder, Lana Del Rey. Oh, I guess it is only 50 seconds. I think there is a longer video somewhere.
Friday night, can you make it feel like home if I tell you you're mine? It's like I told you, honey.
What was he? Was he our second honorary Pop Girlie from the Pop Girlie news streams. I think he was. But that leads us perfectly into our final events, our honorary Pop Girlies. We do have a runner-up this time. Again, we've done runner-ups these last couple streams. I don't know that I'll always do them, but again, this just felt appropriate because there were two people that I wanted to honor. So, our first honorary Pop Girlie, Caitlin Covington. If you don't know who she is the Christian Autumn girl. If you maybe have seen photos of her before, she is like an influencer. She takes a lot of photos in fall. She is known for her autumn style, her aesthetic. It's very white Christian, but not Republican as well. I don't know her political affiliation, but she has said things in support of like Black Lives Matter and also queer people, including trans, because the first person who ever like really christened her as the Christian Autumn girl, and this relates to Pop Girlies too, it was during like Hot Girl Summer when Megan Thee Stallion was like really dominating, and they tweeted, "Now we're done with Hot Girl Summer, it's time to move into Christian Girl Autumn," and then used a photo of Caitlyn. And then that like really propelled Caitlyn as the Christian Girl Autumn queen. And then that user who tweeted that was trans, and Caitlyn did donate like a pretty substantial amount of money to that person's GoFundMe for their transition. So that was super cool. We love to see it. You know, you never quite know with white Christian women where they're gonna lean, but we can at least have that. Whew. But she's a huge influencer. There's a pretty good article about her a few years ago, or actually just last year, from People, talking about her life as an influencer, and also, god damn, these pop-ups are crazy. And like the amount of work that goes into it, like she says hundreds of hours specifically go into her fall photo shoot. What did she say? "I do feel pressure, especially during fall, because I feel like everyone looks to me for fall content, so I try to hold myself to a certain standard and brainstorm new creative ideas. I spend hours researching and planning outfits for fall. There's a lot of pressure, and I want my videos and pictures to be well received." She says stuff about Christians. Okay, that's nice. "The outfit planning is probably the most time-consuming part. We review various retailers, place orders, and then I spend hours trying on different outfits. Right now I'm in the middle of trying on outfits for our main trip. We have very specific content ideas, like doing a video with a Gossip Girl audio. I'll find an outfit that fits that theme, pack it down to a T, include sunglasses, socks, everything, and then wear it on the trip. It's probably around 100 hours of work that goes into each trip." And I think that's really cool too for influencers to talk about like all the behind the scenes stuff. Like, you know, they try to make it look kind of effortless in the photos. You know, they're trying to like achieve a certain aesthetic, but it's like, no, there's a lot of work that goes into that. And it's a lot of planning, and it's a lot of lighting too. You really got to get the lighting right. That's kind of the secret for a really good photo. But so she's been the queen of fall for a minute, to the point that like Pop Crave will even cover her trip. Like when she gets ready to go on her trip to take her photo shoot, Pop Crave will be like, "Caitlyn's on her way to Maine." So it's real cute. However, she did, like a week ago, make this very sad post that, you know, made people kind of bummed.
Hi guys. My 4th time recording, and just don't know how I'm gonna tell you guys that I'm not gonna be able to post fall videos this year. It's just a lot of pressure, and it's just a lot of pressure to like make each video better than the last, to like make each fall trip better. And I just really need a break this year. And I'm really sorry.
So I saw that and I was like, oh, what a fucking bummer. Like, I really was kind of devastated. Because it's like, it is just like a nice, cute little thing to look forward to. It's like, what's Caitlyn gonna do this year? What's it gonna look like? But then also, there's the additional sadness too of like, man, even the pressure of being online and being an influencer, it gets to everyone, even people who you think are just making kind of inane content of like a fall photo shoot. You know, everyone's a human being. Everyone feels that pressure. And that's really sad. She clearly looks upset in this video. She's crying. This meant a lot to her. How awful. And then, a few hours later, I can't play the audio because of the copyright, but just fucking kidding. Fall is here. Now that's a PR stunt. You notice how she didn't fake a hospitalization, because no one actually does that, because when people get admitted to a fucking hospital, it's because they actually had like a reason to be in the hospital, and maybe we shouldn't accuse people of PR stunts when they're hospitalized. This is what a PR stunt looks like, and she fucking nailed it. Nailed it. Like, oh my god, what an actress. What an actress. Look at her.
This is my 4th time recording, and just don't know how I'm gonna tell you guys that I just...
Incredible. Get her an Oscar. Oh my god. So good. And now I'm so excited to see the posts. Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. What a queen. So much hair. Just so much fucking hair. You did it, girl. We have to stand. It's like, and that too, I do think she's telling the truth about like there's a lot of pressure around it. She talked about that in the People magazine article. There's a lot of pressure to one-up it. She managed to do it already. She hasn't even done the photo shoot yet. And I'm like, girl, you are at the top of your game. You did it again. Capturing the nation. I was bummed. I was like, fuck, there's no song of the summer, and we can't even have Christian Girl Autumn. This is life. Under the Trump administration. Everything fucking sucks. But then our other honorary pop girlie, this one actually is sad. This is our first in memoriam honorary pop girlie. But we're gonna celebrate her life. This is Frisbee. Seth Meyers' dog. I'm real bummed about it. And you know what? The thing is, too, is that she was kind of known on the show to be the enemy of Andy Samberg. They had like a playful kind of tit for tat, him and this dog. And so, like, all of the comments on Seth Meyers' post memorializing his dog, a member of his family, like all the posts are like, oh, I bet Andy Samberg is so happy. Yeah, like may her ghost haunt Andy Samberg forever. Frisbee was more than just Andy Samberg's enemy. She was a woman in her own right. And she's so cute. Look at her. So cute. Aww. Rest in peace, Frisbee. Seth wrote, rest in peace to Frisbee, our OG IG, who I was happy to go gray with. She was at her best, curled in your lap and patient when we dressed her up like a pilgrim. Thanks for 14 amazing years. Aww. But she lived a good life, I'm sure. Seth Meyers does seem nice. As far as, men go. Heterosexual white men in positions of power. He seems fine. So I'm sure Frisbee lived a beautiful life. Look at her. She's on a boat. She's so cute. So rest in peace, Frisbee. Anyway, that was our stream. Thank you all for joining. This one was fucking long, and I knew it was gonna be. And God, I'm hungry, and I'm not eating any more of those Wednesday nuggets, because I did not really like them. Well, the nuggets, they were normal nuggets. It was the sauce. I wish I had just gotten... I should have just gotten, like, additional sauce just in case I didn't like the sauce. But I was just ready to commit, you know? I wanted to like it. I wanted to believe. But it wasn't that good. Before you go, do you listen to Ariana Grande? Yeah, I listen to Ariana. She'll be in the bracket. We'll have a whole slide about her. I listen to all the girls. And yeah, I like Ariana. She's good. And I'm very excited for Wicked Part 2. Because I do think... Whatever, we don't need to talk about it. We don't need to talk about my feelings about Wicked. But I think they have the opportunity to save Part 2 and make it better than the Broadway version. And I'm looking forward to that, and I hope they do. Anyway, thanks everyone for joining. This was so fun. I wish the fucking chat had been on the screen. Fuck you, Streamlabs. Because you guys, I love everyone's commentary, and I'm sad that it doesn't get like a proper place on the screen. Hopefully they have whatever bug they're dealing with fixed by next time. Anyway, bye everybody. Love you.